Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Community Spotlight. We've got a showcase of various Lord of the Rings games here for you today. We're starting off with Shadow of Mordor. We've got Bloody Lifetime here, who is going to be doing that run for us. But before we get started on Shadow of Mordor, I do have a few quick announcements about hotfix, GDQ, and other related things. If you're watching on YouTube and you'd like to support our live content, you can check us out over at twitch.tv/GDQ. And of course, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to any Twitch channel of your choice every month for free. We'd appreciate it if you consider subscribing to our Twitch channel, as Hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. SGDQ 2021 Online is coming up very soon, July 4th through the 11th. You can check out all the information about the event over at gamesdonequick.com. And prize submissions are closing on the 27th. So if you had something you were thinking of tossing in there to help out with prizes for SGDQ, make sure you go to the website, check out the information there about submitting prizes, and get that in soon, as you are running out of time. And of course, Frame Fatales, the all-women speedrunning event, will be returning August 15th through the 21st with Flame Fatales. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/framefatales for more information on the upcoming event. And also, there's no time capsule tomorrow. It's being moved to next week. It'll be after random number generation, but that means that if you tune in Wednesday, as usually I don't get to plug the Wednesday shows, Bargain Bin will be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. Bargain Bin is a show about speedruns of low-priced games. So games that you could pick up as a bargain and start speedrunning. It's hosted by Midnight Vesper, usually a good time if you've never seen that show. I definitely recommend tuning in. It's a lot of fun. But we have Bloody Lifetime here, who's going to be running Shadow of Mordor for us. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. We've got you starting off with Shadow of Mordor, then we've got the Two Towers, and then Return of the King co-op coming up after that. We had another game in there, but unfortunately one of the runners wasn't able to make it at the last second. So just going to have some cozy Lord of the Rings action for you all tonight. And how would you describe this speedrun if somebody hadn't seen this game before, just liked Lord of the Rings stuff and was tuning in?
So the best way that I describe how this game works is the stealth mechanic is similar to the Assassin's Creed games, while the base combat mechanics is a lot like the Arkham games, the Arkham Batman games. So it blends a lot of the two into one, to where you're diving in and out of stealth, have quick time combat, and have a whole slew of interesting things with the Nemesis system, with very unique war chiefs and captains throughout your run. Um, so
That's my fault. 1 second. I messed up the sync on your camera. I can fix that real quick. There we go. So what's the main thing that causes you grief in this speed run? What should we be looking out for on where you're trying to save time?
RNG.
RNG fun.
So every time you do the run, most of the war chiefs, if not all of the war chiefs, are different. So you have to. So they have weaknesses and strengths for each war chief. Some can be immune to range. Some can be a combat master, meaning that you cannot use your execute ability on them, which can be very stressful. But others can be like, hey, they instantly die to arrows. They die to stealth, or you can brand them in stealth, or you can instantly, or they are scared of Caragors or scared of Morgai flies. So there's a bunch of different mechanics in that Nemesis system, and due to how they work and having to think on the fly on what war chiefs would be best to target, it can cause grief due to how bad they can be for you at times.
Yeah, I can see that being an issue.
Biggest things that is really rough is I've had a war chief that is a berserker, which they hold two giant hand axes, and you cannot hit them directly from the front or they will parry you. As well as he is a combat master, meaning that I cannot use my flurry attack or my execute on him to do significant damage. and as well as he had the ability No Chance. And No Chance is the roughest thing in the game because it means that when you are downed, you are dead. Usually you get 3 downs in each combat before you will die, but with No Chance, you are gone, you are dead, and you have lost. And we'll have
Ooh.
to restart from last checkpoint.
So no chance, along with other really mean modifiers, can just be really scary for the run.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, I think that's a good amount of information for people who haven't seen the game before. Are you ready to get started?
I'm happily will dive into this.
All right. I know you got a cutscene to skip, so whenever you're ready to start timing, just give me the countdown and we'll get going.
Will do. So this first opening cutscene, we've used to count this into the timer, but when Zojalix took over the leaderboards, he edited a lot of the runs so that we can skip this cutscene. So, and not count against us on the timer since some people in the community have slower PCs. So I will be starting here and starting the timer in 3, 2, 1. Go.
You'll have to hit harder
Go a
if you
little
want
bit
to
late,
best your
but
father.
so at the beginning here, we are fighting our son Deerheil
Parry, son. Don't forget to block.
and training him to be a swordsman like ourselves, but then we're just going to parry him 4 times and start dunking him in the face with our sword.
Easy, son.
Everything is nice, wholesome, and we skip the cutscene and we are immediately getting attacked by Urukai, who have come and started attacking where Talion and his son Deerheil are at. As you can see there with that, I was able to parry that attack. There's a lot of quick time in this game to where you can parry attacks coming at you, and that is one of the best things that you can do since it will stagger enemies. And as you can see there, when I knock them to the ground, I do what's called a ground execution, and am able to stab them and take care of them rather quickly.
Is there a perfect parry system in this game? I know there are in some of the other Arkham style.
No, there is not. On winds and waters may you cross, see mountains white and blue, but on the road let's not forget the love I have for you. So that at the beginning I always sing. It is Irilef's song, at least the first verse of it, and it is a song that she had written for Talion. Because there's many times where he would have been gone on adventures and other things where he was not home, so she had written that for him to always remember him by. But as for going back to the parries, there is no such thing as perfect parries. However, there is a ability that we will get later on that makes it where instead of just parrying them and nothing happening and just blocking off their hit, we will knock them to the ground so we can ground execute them. So here we will get our first tower in the game, and this is used as at places in the world that we can teleport to, as well as they give us our form of currency for being able to upgrade our arrows and what's known as our focus, which we will be jumping into here what focus is. So as you can see, when I aim in here, time slows down and you see that white bar there. That is our focus. I can deactivate it, activate it as I please, but once that white bar is empty, I am out of focus. And we'll have to wait or have... Oh, it escaped just barely early. But we will have to have the ability to have that come back. There is stuff in the game that makes it where it will come back faster or anything else, but for now we just would have to wait a duration of time before that focus would come back. So we are going to interrogate the guy there that managed to survive our hand, and he will inform us that to
The world is
that there
changed.
is a slaver nearby
Makes sense.
that has captured other humans, and that we need to go take care of him. So we're off to go take care of Gimbo.
His mind may provide answers.
So we've got this like spirit with us, right?
Yes, that is Celebrimbor. He is the spirit and the person that originally, kind of like Sauron as well, has made rings of power in this world. So Celebrimbor has made some rings of power to use for himself as well. So it's not just the one, and to an extent they rival the ring of Sauron, but not really. So here we don't care about bonus objectives since they are not relevant. And we're gonna come up here and hit. We're going to stealth execute, and we're gonna want to shoot him in the back of the head, get behind him so we can immediately grab him. Since his health bar where he turned green, that means that he is in a point where we can grab a hold of him, or to where he is feared or can be branded later. But in this situation, we just want to kill him, so we're going to grab a hold of him and immediately pop his head. And that is the fast strat for that fight. There is a backup strategy as well for that, where if you do not get the stealth execution on him, you Wraith stun, which I will be using later, and flurry attack him and proceed to shoot him with 4 arrows to kill him. That strategy that I just used was actually found by a Shadow of War runner by the name of Kaiser, and he in the few runs that he has done of Shadow of Mordor was able to discover that little trick, and it roughly saves about 10-15 seconds when done properly, compared to the average and how poorly the backup option can go. However, you can only do that if you are able to get that stealth execution. And for the grab, the reason I walk behind him is because if you try and grab him from the front, he will hit you and throw you away and not let you do it.
And just to be clear, Shadow of War is the sequel to this game, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So we're going to find one of the relics that Celebrimbor is telling us to find. We are going to have a Caragor spawn in front of us, and we're going to shoot it immediately, since a lot of the creatures in scenarios where they pop up in front of us like that aren't really at their normal strength. And I'm going to wait for him to stop eating the guy, because if I hit him a little bit early, he will technically heal. I need a spider. So we're going to use the arrows that we have, take care of all of the enemies. We are going to meet with Gollum, and we are also going to get a spider there, which is relevant because between now and the end of the Ratbag 1 mission, we want to have killed 3 spiders, since it makes it where these towers, we can skip one of them and get it later, which will save us about 10 seconds worth of time. So since they give us the currency to afford arrows and our focus, so instead of having to climb up the tower early, we can just kill the spiders to do that. So from there, we teleport back to the middle of the map and start running to the tower, the most important tower in the first section of the game, since a lot of the missions spawn over by it. So we want to get it early and get it fast, and not really have to worry about running back here, because running across the map takes several minutes, So being able to just do fast travel back here multiple times during the run, it will save significant amount of time, and it's why you always should get it early. Also, there was one thing. It's like a small mechanic that I used in that last fight that I did not mention. If you attack with your sword and immediately begin to pull out your bow, like in the same frame of hitting something or in the same frame of the attack going through, you will have an immediate charged arrow. And so you can see where I did that and was able to take out one of the Urukai instead of having to wait for the entirety of the animation. So here we're going to find Ratbag tied up at the stake, pissed off and annoyed because and wanting revenge on Goroth. Goroth does not like Ratbag, and Ratbag wants power. He wants to become a war chief and a...
So this Goroth is in charge?
Of this camp, yeah. But he's no war chief. They answer directly to the Black Hand. I'll show them all when I'm in the Black Hand's inner circle. Becoming a captain is just the first step of Ratbag's plan to become...
So we're going to be able to get our spiders there, and hopefully our focus comes back up before the guys spawn here. And unfortunately, one spawned behind me.
How did you get free, scum? Get the ranger, not me! He's a much easier target. His sword's broken.
Leave the vermin alone and face me, Uruks.
And we're going to get ambushed and save Ratbag and take out all 5 of the enemies very cleanly. So the reason I'm hitting Ratbag here is we want to push him towards that door, since he does not start walking for a bit. So we can smack him around and speed his animation up a little bit.
We come to blows as far back as Ratbag can remember. Still, Ratbag never wins. Last time, he kicks Ratbag into the Caragor pit. All the others laugh as the Caragor bats Ratbag around like a yarn ball. Oh, that Goroth's gonna pay. Smug piece of dung. He'll pay.
And as you can see,
in pens. Rumor has it
into
they don't
Ratbag.
like to get too close to him.
And let me guess, you think I should open those pens?
Goroth's always in there. Never leaves, ever. Wonder where he pees. Oh, that explains the smell.
So as you can hear there, Goroth is afraid of the Caragors, which will be our introduction to the fear and weakness mechanics in the game. So, as Ratbag said, he doesn't like his Caragors and fears them. So we're going to exploit that weakness. So I'm gonna run up ahead and I'm gonna shoot that Morgai fly nest so I don't have to worry about killing that archer or dealing with him, and can get to that load zone a little bit faster, since the load zone only spawns there once that archer is taken care of.
Here is a powerful tool, Talion. Let's put Goroths to work.
We're close. Now, which one of this filth is Goroth?
Now, Goroth is going to be directly below us, but going back to needing the towers to teleport to, we passed by one just a moment ago with Ratbag, but this one we're going to get because it will help us. So we want to come over here, shoot the Caragor cage open. As soon as he starts flinching back, that's when we want to jump off, knock him over, because the animation of him being feared is the second he starts staggering back. So we don't want to jump down any earlier than that, because it will make it where he is not considered feared yet, and we cannot quickly kill him.
So when you say this tower will help you, is that just as like a fast travel point later on, or
Yes.
is it because of the currency you were talking about earlier?
It gives me the currency as well, but the fast travel point is more important,
Orcs hate each other almost as much
because
as they
like,
hate us.
yes, we need to get that currency early because going into this next fight, I am going to want to be leveling up 2 abilities, execution and explosive barrels.
Blind his many eyes,
So
and the beast can't see
here,
what's coming.
this is Brog trying to murder Ratbag for him being a pest and trying to get to the point where he can be a captain or a war chief himself, and not quite being a fan of him meddling and trying to go up the ranks. So Brog we need to interrogate so we can go after the actual war chief, since he is only a bodyguard to the war chief. He is a captain himself. You want me to turn? Okay. So what you saw there was a flurry attack. I used what is known as Wraith Stun with my E, and it will stagger an enemy and give me the ability to quickly attack them with multiple quick flurries before knocking them to the ground so I can ground execute them, and then giving me the ability to actual execute them as well in that quick succession.
Yeah, just real quick for people in chat. I think the webcam's probably was causing those little lag issues. We're seeing if that was it. Just because, you know, trying to run 2 streams. So we'll see if that helps. If not, we'll try some other stuff. But we're working on it.
Anyways, we're going to get the intel from Brog and tell us where Mog is, who is the first war chief that we are going to be dealing with.
A training platform. Well, we'll see how the war chief soldiers do in the face of a true foe.
Okay, so I saw someone in chat asking who the in-game narrator is. It is actually the character that we are playing, and that is Talion himself. Also, there seems to be an issue. My game just froze.
Oh.
Did my game just crash?
I'm gonna...
My game has just completely crashed.
That's an interesting one. Have you had your game crash here before?
No, I have not. I have not had my game crash since I was on a older PC that could not handle the game.
Weird.
Rattle a cage and bring
Give us a second here, folks. We'll get the game back up and running. Could you lower your bitrate a little bit while you're doing that? Just because your stream's struggling a little bit.
You want me to end the stream and fix it?
No, you can change your bitrate while the stream's live.
Oh, okay.
1 second. Bloody just has to relaunch the game because it just crashed. So give us a moment. We'll be back.
It actually will not let me change it without ending.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Then do that real quick.
Okay. That's no bueno.
Here, I'll put up the technical difficulty screen because it's adorable.
That is adorable.
I hope everyone in chat's having a good day. Should hopefully get this all smoothed out here soon, and we'll be back into the run. Just one of the things that just happens with when you're running shows online sometimes.
Here, I'm gonna end the stream again, lower the bitrate even more, just to be safe.
Okay.
Of course, I don't have any issues for like the last like month, but
It's marathon luck, just a different form.
yeah, apparently. So, do we want to just dive back in where I was at, or
Yeah, wherever your save brings you back to. I'll pause the
Okay.
timer while you were relaunching and everything.
I just let my timer run?
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm going to be attempting to load back in now.
Talion's child.
I was offered a post commanding the Black Gate. I intended to refuse.
What's crazy is I've not had this issue before, and then first time that I get to show this off at an event, it crashes. Ooh. Where am I at? Okay. So we're just before the Mog fight.
So we lost a little bit of time there to the crash, but it's unfortunate, but it happens sometimes.
Yeah. What's 4 minutes? It's no big deal.
Stream looks better now, by the way.
That's always a good thing.
A training platform. Well, we'll see how the war chief soldiers do in the face of a true foe.
Rattle a cage and bring out the beast.
If Ratbag is able to take the war chief's place, it will only be a matter of time before he leads us to the Black Hand.
All right, take care of the two berserkers that we have to kill in order to spawn Mog here.
The pain of my toil shall echo within you.
So, Brog, the one that we just killed, that was the bodyguard to this captain, was indeed his brother. So, our boy here wants revenge,
He's a little upset.
to say the least, and I can't say I blame him. However, we're going to do our flurry attack, and with that detonate ability, we can explode that barrel of Brog. And then, because we do not want to trigger the cutscene of him talking, we are going to shoot him in the head when he is at 1 HP and stand far enough away from him that it won't trigger.
Oh, so you can avoid that if you're far away?
Yes, if you get close to enemies that are low HP where they fall to their knee, it will trigger a little quick time event in cutscene to execute them, and it is slow. So we're going to get our first intel of the run, and this will tell us about our war chiefs. He wants his guys killed in a trial by combat, and he has a fear of burning. So if we set him on fire, we will be able to insta-kill him if we are able to grab him. Which, given what his mission is, which is to kill his 5 guys by trial by combat, and fear of burning, it's not the best possible option, but is not bad.
Must follow us, Master.
We're going to be off to our first follower mission, where we are going to follow Gollum. We're going to shoot the Morgai Nest to fear and scare off these guys here, so that Gollum does not slow down. Since if he sees or interacts with any of the Uruks, then he will stop and disappear from the map for the moment, and we will have to hunt him back down. So, once he gets to this little wall here, he usually tells us, hey, you need to kill the archers. So we shoot them ahead of time, and so he does not stop to speak. And you'll see that I am currently crouch running as I do this. We don't know the reasoning. All we know is that crouch running has been proven to make our NPCs run faster.
It makes the NPCs go faster?
Yes.
That is so weird.
multiple follower missions throughout the game with Gollum and Hirgon, and for whatever reason, crouch running makes them move faster. And so I'm a 56 on my timer. The reason I need to know exactly what that timer number is because getting this tower when we're in the animation for it takes 5 seconds, and normally in this area, 1 minute after whatever you see on whatever time it is when the ghouls will stop spawning. So there is no sense in killing them prior to that, since they will just continue to spawn. So we just casually run back and forth, kiting them, trying to get them on top of all of these explosive barrels in the area. So we're gonna wait another 20-ish seconds here before we can blow them up, since we got to wait 1 minute and 5 seconds since we were getting that tower. That tower we don't actually need in the run. However, there's potential for war chiefs spawning in this back area, and if they do, it is a huge time save.
That halfling
So we're going to kill everything
Gollum will
in that
betray
area
us to the
and
Black
immediately
Hand the
teleport
first
away
chance he
as
gets.
soon as we possibly can, so that we can
That creature has a part
go into the next Gollum mission,
all Middle Earth. I can
where we will get one of our more important abilities of the game.
The little vermin is not here.
So we must try and follow Gollum,
so shall we.
and knowing that he came through here, so we're going to track his little feats, which we can use our Wraith mode, which is basically the sight of Celebrimbor, in order to see his tracks. Immediately skip the cutscene. There's a there's a Graug in our way, blocking the cave. So we're gonna hold down our arrow immediately, and it will insta-lock onto the meat that will attract it. And we're going to let Grumpy Boy run away, and we're going to run inside. So in this area, we're just running through. We climb up the wall. However, there is a RNG chance for a fire to spawn on that bottom right-hand side where I was looking. And if it spawns there, it saves roughly 3 seconds,
And now is ready for
and
another.
is just a little extra thing that you can do if it happens to spawn.
Night crawlers, vermin from the depths of the earth.
So right now we're tracking to figure out where Gollum is. As you can see, just a wide variety of feet just all over. However, it's right up here in the middle.
So this one's like always the middle option sort of thing?
Yes.
Okay.
The artifacts I'm grabbing are always in the same place, so you just have to know where to go. We will get the first relic, and we will get a ability called Shadow Strike, where we can now use our bow, and it will cost us 2 arrows, but we can teleport to an enemy and knock them to the ground. As you can see here, all I have to do is aim in, and it expends 2 of my arrow count, and I can teleport to them. And it's significantly faster for traversing the world of this game than walking, since you can go massive distances in that short time. So we're going to be getting out of here and leaving that Greg alone,
Grasp at vespers of
and quickly teleporting out of there. That last one that I teleported to will always be in the load zone for the end of the level. So you will always want to use your Shadow Strike to him.
contact with the rings of power.
With any luck, the Uruks have yet to discover the secrets of the blasting powder. We will need to free my men to find out.
Do you believe the blasting powder can draw out the Black Hand?
I pray so. The enemy gathers at Uruk's Hollow, where many of my men are enslaved. I pray Aaron too is there.
I will handle the Uruks.
Perhaps we can take a more stealthy approach and incapacitate them by using their weakness. Grog. Have you ever heard of Hithless? It's toxic and is good for one thing. Poisoning orcs. Follow me.
So the reason I fell silent there is so people
I
can
deserted the Black
hear
Gate
directly
Hotel
from the
sick.
NPCs in the
With
game
Aaron,
of the
Mr. House.
story and what
Is she
is
the
going
reason
on.
You joined the tribesmen.
Of the many, she is my most cherished. There are only so many camps my wife could have been taken to.
He does a good job of explaining what the plan is, so.
My heart says yes.
I hope for your sake she is here, God.
So there, the plan is we're going to go raid a camp, poison some Uruks, and pray that the blasting powder and his wife are there. So, an ability that we have from the start of the game that I just used there is distract. Yet again, using when I aim in with my bow, I can do it, and it will alert enemies near it, wherever I aim, and they will go check out that location, thinking that something is there. It won't, as you can see, is not a long-term distraction, as that one almost found me, but it will get the job done for making them look the other way. As well, you can use this while hanging on ledges to draw a captain or a war chief over to you, so you can stealth attack
You're
them.
proving yourself to be a strong leader. For a deserter.
That is only because I leave the hard work to men like you.
So here, the reason I got their attention is because when Hirgon pulls out his sword, as you can see, he is now running faster than he was. So we get their attention and quickly kill all three of them. And our Hirgon boy is a little faster now.
So it's just because he's like in combat mode now or whatever?
In Mordor,
Essentially.
the flowers are
However, there is a mission later where he's slower after initiating combat.
Of
There
course.
are far worse things than flowers here.
I told the captain we needed him for this. The grand
So we are going to continue to harvest these poisons of Hitless, and as we move forward throughout the realm of Mordor. Now, I'm going to say now, my favorite line in the entire game is about to come up.
Oh boy.
And it's just because of the absurdity and stupidity of
I thought it was
Hirgon.
impossible Sauron would ever return.
Darkness descends upon Mordor. Soon it will be impossible not to succumb.
So,
When
when we realized we couldn't fight the orcs, we started dressing up like slaves, sneaking into their camps to free the others. A bold strategy.
Not
Not
really.
really. Mostly we ended up slaves ourselves. But at least we came dressed for the part.
When I was first rescued by the outcasts, they told
Just
me
the idea of them
sense
trying to
of
sneak
honor.
into the Uruk's camps as slaves and getting captured themselves just has always tickled me.
Seems like there's a few flaws with that plan, yeah?
For our purpose.
I look forward
I mean,
to
if
seeing
it works, it
effects
works
up
great. If
close.
it doesn't work, yeah, that's bad.
This should be enough. Now all you have
And
to
we've
do is
finally
protect their
gotten
grog.
all of the
Will the
hitless
orcs not smell the poison?
that we need.
No. But if they spot
So there is a
I doubt they will
Urukai
break.
encampment just through that archway and down there.
The Uruks are
As you can see,
seizing
there's
my
one in the
gates.
tower right there in front of me.
My men, keep to the shadows.
So
I'll gather my men and wait.
we're going to be
We'll
running
stand ready to
around,
seize the blasting
sneaking
power once
around,
The camp is clear.
poisoning them. And we're hoping that his wife is here.
Remember, Talion, don't be seen. These Uruks have killed many slaves for far less.
All fighters being left.
No wonder this stuff burns so well.
We shouldn't have told you them men folks so
We're here, drop down, and we're going to intentionally hang on the edge and drop down first. That way we don't just jump off the edge and accidentally run into the group of Urukai that are right there.
The stink of this. I'm surprised they can keep it down.
On the wall.
I'm enjoying how much
You're
you're just blatantly not stealthing through this mission.
There's because they only have so much radius for if they see you, as well as this is one of the missions where it's not so much RNG based.
Yeah,
For a
is
lot
their
of different
position
things.
like generally pretty? Words are hard. Are they generally pretty consistent between runs in this camp?
Yes.
Okay.
So in this area, usually their spawns are fairly consistent.
Please wait.
So now this is the part where the fun begins. We have completed all of the missions for the first half of the game. We are now on to killing and brutally murdering war chiefs.
rumbling for some slave.
And, oh, that is very fortunate. Let's get this intel. And there's more intel right there if I can get at him before he drops down. Magu Ugly Face. Challenge is not taking damage. Oh, that... Okay, so that mission is the second hardest that we can possibly get.
The not taking damage one, or
Yes. So we typically... Actually, is the hardest, correction. So we don't want to do that one. And the reason that it is the hardest is due to the fact that you have to kill 20 enemies without getting hit at all.
ooh,
Yeah, so it can be extremely, extremely difficult to do this. There is a few things to cheese it, to where you don't actually have to kill them, but you still have to be able to increase your hit combo to be able to do it. Sort of thing. But either way, if a single archer love taps you, then you have to restart the mission, which can be really, really rough. So we're going to go up to this guy up here in the far corner, all the way up here by himself, and take his mission.
This war chief will try to prove himself against the legends of your blade.
I love how chat is telling me to go do that mission. As much as I would like, it's one of those things where it will cost me several minutes to do that,
to do it.
unless I can manage to get perfect. Doing the untouchable mission. I saw a few people in chat trying to goad me into doing it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which I respect the effort, guys.
I mean, they gotta make the attempt. It's Twitch chat. They're gonna try.
I agree. Who do I need to hit? Oh, there's none in sight. That's unfortunate. Y'all just not... You don't see anything. Ignore me. I'm just hanging out. I'm y'all's friend.
Yeah,
I'm a Urukai too.
Just passing through. Nothing to see here.
Exactly. And if I remember correctly, this guy had a fear of burning. So we actually want to... Actually, this might be fine, because it looks like his captain has explosive arrows, but that can also be a huge problem for us. So the reason that I say explosive arrows can be a huge problem is because if explosive arrows down me, they are the same as no chance. They insta kill me.
Okay, yeah.
And I was really hoping not to see this and not have to bring it up in the first place. But it's only if he is the last hit on me, so. Oh, wait, does he have explosive arrows? Let's find out. Won't shoot me. He does not. Okay, we're fine. All right, follow the little tricksy ranger. You don't see anything. Ooh, close. So I got hit out of it there and wasn't able to get him immediately. Hello? Oh, can you not, Luga?
Am I supposed to be?
Okay, that's fine. I was expecting him to get away because the NPCs still move whenever you're getting yelled at.
Can we pause for a second after this? Your stream is struggling really hard. I'm curious if it's something other than bitrate. Like once you're done with this section.
What do you want me to do?
Just can we pause here for a second? I want to check. See, yeah. If you go into OBS.
Okay. Where exactly is that? Trying to figure out where stats is.
Yeah, we're going to try and get this figured out because that was...
Bad.
Yeah, that was bad there.
Ooh. I see a log where it says that I lost 27% of frames. Why is it only having this issues now? Currently, like alt tabbed, it's at 0, but like it shows where in the last minute, like about 2 minutes ago, over the last 2 minutes, it said I lost 27% of my frames
Yeah,
in the
so
log, but it doesn't say
I'm
why.
going to cut to technical difficulties. We're going to take a few minutes to try and get this fixed for you all. We'll be back in a few minutes, so stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back. We think we got everything resolved. Sorry about that. Some of the stuff was not behaving the way it should have been. Wound up just having to have bloody restart. Should hopefully be much better now. Cross our fingers, knock on wood. I don't have wood, so I'm just knocking on my head instead. But we're gonna get back into this whenever you're ready, buddy, so.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. You know what? With as much technical difficulties as we has had, we'll do the untouchable.
Yeah, chat gets what they want.
We'll do the untouchable mission.
Nice. See, now chat can stop sabotaging your internet because they got what they wanted.
Yep, exactly. Because you know it's always chat's fault.
Yeah, always chat's fault.
Just really unfortunate that I've been having issues for one of the first times ever during this.
Yeah, it just happens with online events sometimes.
No weapon can touch us.
But, you know, we're still getting to show off the game. So, like, right now
All
you've
right.
gotta, what do you gotta do? Like, take out all of the war chiefs, or you...
20 Uruks without getting hit.
Oh
All right,
my
chat.
god.
Vote now. Do you want me to do it the hard way or the easy way?
One minute poll, there you go. Hard way, easy way. Let's see how the votes stack up. Hard is very winning so far.
Okay. Let me go get their attention.
Oh, yep, they very much want the hard way.
Okay. Everyone follow me. Just gotta get everyone's attention now.
So he's gonna make a huge group of them and have a big fight pit.
Blow them all up.
Oh, okay.
Which is still... The easy way is I shoot them with my bow.
Yeah. I guess grouping them all up means you're opening yourself up to getting hit by like an arrow or something like that, right?
Exactly. Oh, oh, this is bad.
Oh no.
So this is a captain, and he has poison arrows, so... This is no bueno.
81% of chat said that they wanted the hard way. Just so you know the distribution.
You said 51?
81.
81. Man, chat loves me. Oh my god, 2 captains? Okay, hard mode has definitely been succeeded.
Look out your eye!
Because both of them also have range,
Yeah.
which is even more terrifying.
2 ranged captains while you're trying to kill 15 or 5 more Uruks while without taking damage.
That's not killing them. Woo! Got it.
Oh, that was dangerous.
Yeah, it was. Woo! I don't remember what the weakness to this captain is.
This guy,
I don't remember what his weakness was now. I think it's more guy flies. Alright.
I don't remember. You mentioned it, but it left my brain.
I think it's more guy flies.
Idiots couldn't hit a category if he was standing on top of them. I'll
I
show
managed
you
to do
how
it
real
somehow.
heroes fight.
I don't know how I didn't get hit, going to be honest.
That's where you say pure skill. You take credit for those.
Huh? No, not more guy flies. What is it then?
Yeah, I don't think it
Now
was
I
more
actually
guy.
have to look. Oh no, he doesn't have any.
He doesn't have one.
It's
Okay.
the other one that had. He has weakness, or like he can be hit by range, but he doesn't have a actual weakness to it. So this is a very bad captain to have gone after. Like in a normal run, I would not let chat sway my vote by any stretch of the imagination. But considering that with all the technical difficulties, why not?
It's a showcase. Might as well have some fun with it.
Just going to be able to jump over in time. Get to execute off because we are damage immune in execute. I'm so scared about this poison guy having no chance. I have 3 captains on me right now.
What the heck?
I have the war chief and 2 captains, which... Oh, I didn't get the roll off in time. Alright, so this is a quick time event for getting downed, and we get 3 of these before we just straight die. Okay, can I jump over the correct war chief, please? Okay, I guess not. You know what? I'm gonna take out this archer for a moment, just because he has been a pain, and I can't seem to roll over the right guy. 1 HP in a dream. Alright, this is where we back out and go get arrows since he is weak to range and actually can take damage from it. Because if I go down again, I am dead and we'll have to redo the untouchable.
Oh, that would be
I don't want
awful.
that. Or that would be the point where I tell chat no.
Yeah, I think that's where you go for a different war chief.
Come on, move. Wait, you're not supposed to run? You're not supposed to run?
You'll pay for this. I'll kill you next time, you filth.
Yeah, you'll kill me next time when you run away, you coward. Climb up the wall, please. I need you to climb up the wall, Italian, please.
What is he doing? Italian.
We got him.
We got there in the end.
You know what? I'm going to, considering how this is going, I don't usually use this, but where'd it go? There we go. That's what cheaters get.
What's that?
Oh, one of the comments is like, that's what cheaters get. Yeah, it's unfair. He tried to fight me a 5v1, man. Plus his swarm.
So what was that thing you equipped?
For each war chief that we kill, we get what's known as a rune that we can choose to grab or not. They give us bonuses and effects that will help us throughout the run. The one I add because it has been going hard in the paint gives me 3 health back every time that I parry an enemy.
Oh, okay.
Make this Uruk scream, and his master shall answer.
Not something that is useful for a normal run. Usually, there's only like 2 runes that I would even stop to worry about. However, can you please grab the guy that we Shadow Strike to? Thank you. So this is actually the second hardest mission, or the one that, like, second longest. Untouchable is the longest by far. This is the second longest, but not the hardest. So we just grab the Squealer and just got to make sure that he doesn't get hit one more time. Gotta hold him for 20 seconds, and it will spawn the War Chief. Because him squealing for his master is what will bring him out. And no, 3 health is not a lot, but it's something.
I mean, it's some form of health regen.
Yeah.
I assume the general idea is that if you get down, you can use that to try to get back up to a reasonable amount of health,
Yeah.
where you won't get down again in a single
That's the
hit.
idea. Also, this was the one that had Fear More Guy flies, so unfortunately he started the animation right as we feared him, so we get 2 cutscenes instead of just 1. Or 2 little animations instead of just 1. Yep, I knew I was gonna get hit there. Can you like climb up a wall, please? Get out of the cluster of enemies. I would appreciate you.
That was impressive. It set him on fire too.
They have a very big range. So we're going to take him out, and we have a lot of gold runes, and the only sword runes that are useful are the gold ones. Otherwise, we pretty much we only pick up require 1 L shot, 1 race flash kill. Interesting. It's not useful right now.
It's the only ones that are useful are the gold ones, but that one's not very useful.
Yeah, so the sword runes, there is a few gold ones that are useful, but the bow runes are the only ones that we should check every time, because there is a single rune that can save several minutes by itself, known as Keen-Eyed, which when you get a kill while in stealth, like when enemies don't know you're there, it will give you back some of your focus. And we can get that as early as the Brog fight, which is our first like true captain besides Koroth that we kill.
What is with our people? The slaves you helped us free know where the Dark Lord's monument is most vulnerable. We will strike there. We'll need to steal a cart of grog from the Uruk. It will make quite the trigger for the blasting powder. Let's move.
So we are now doing the second to last thing that we have in the first half of this game. So we are following Hirgon and going back through the areas that we have taken out the war chiefs and captains in, and clearing the last remaining camps that are left to try and get a cart of explosives to the monument of Sauron that we want to destroy. Because, of course, we don't want the monument to Sauron used by the slaves and blood of our people to just casually just stay standing in Mordor. I was concerned of failing the mission because Hirgon actually didn't move close enough to consider the mission started. That was actually close to failing the mission. And there we will headshot that enemy and Hera and fear the enemy behind him to where we didn't have to end him.
Push the cart to the monument free from harm. Look, how fast evil corrodes.
This decay. Gondor must not fall prey to the shadow.
It is so silly that you just crouch
move.
run and he moves faster.
Yep. Everywhere. Like, I don't know if I can show it, but notice how he slowed down? It's subtle, but
Yeah. Well, a lot of
And
these
then
follow
he gets-
missions are pretty long distances, so even if it's a slight speed increase, you're still saving a good amount of time.
He will pick the meat
yeah,
from our
exactly. Give me your arrows. You're leaving me. Stop it.
Camp lies before us.
Oh, that's a Caragor on my butt. And I don't have arrows to kill him. Hey, Frank, can you give me arrows before he hits me? Thank you. I actually need to kill you because there is a bug that I've experienced with Hirgon where... So it counts towards the kill whenever you drain them for arrows. However... it will actually not count for Hirgon.
Weird.
So it will actually make it where he will get soft locked in the area right by this big rock in front of me. And if you try and like, he'll stop. If you continue trying to walk, it will fail the mission. Why did you put your sword away and stop running? That was weird. So that tower that we started and avoided at the very start of the game, we are now getting. Because the exit into the second half of the game is right over here by this tower.
Known to me. Is this my inheritance?
Ghouls swarm Durthang. My men can use this distraction to push the cart beneath the bridge unseen.
And so we're just leading Hirgon,
Beasts.
avoiding the main party of Uruks and ghouls fighting, giving them a nice little Morgite nest to, play with. And we're about to get attacked by ghouls here on the bridge. We want to run away from Hirgon and spawn camp the ones over here, since it takes them a while to get to the bridge. So we want to get rid of them to start with. That way we don't have to worry about them anymore. And we're going to use an ability that we don't use too much, except versus ghouls and for a few things, known as Wraith Flash, which, as you can see, hits in an AoE around us. And for ghouls, it one-shots them. So we're able to go through that really quickly.
Back the cart. Let's clear the ridge so they may pass.
Now we're going to shoot this bowman in the foot up here, and it will actually increase Hirgon's movement speed for a short duration. And actually make him move faster towards the next encampment.
Will be the largest.
The NPC mechanics in this game,
Something is
a little wonky at times, to say the least. Alright, where's the Caragor? Caragor spawns. And we're gonna shoot him twice in the head. And then deal with the ghouls around us. Since this little fight is just that Caragor and these ghouls, we just want to take out the Caragor first, since he is the biggest problem.
Caragors. One enemy replaces another.
The monument is upon us.
And there's the monument of Sauron with his slaves that we want to destroy.
Take a long look. That's
Oh. I didn't. I just clicked that button by accident.
What happens?
I was aiming in and was literally about to say that once he finished his dialogue, I'm going to teleport to him, and I accidentally clicked the button and teleported to him and failed the mission.
Oh no!
I don't want to talk about it. Today is just not my day.
Caragors. One enemy replaces another.
Also, I agree. The Lithariel skin is 10 out of 10. I just don't use it because Talion is my favorite character from the games. So I never change it off of Talion.
Take a long look. That monument will soon fall.
There we go.
The Oric's numbers dwindle now that they're
Yes, this is a Lord of the Rings game. It is Middle Earth, Shadow of Mordor. So here, we're just trying to get as much attention as possible as fast as we can, and just group them all up again. Use these Morgai flies or the campfire to get rid of multiple at once. Since we have to deal with 17 enemies throughout, and some of them spawn up top and out of range for me to deal with right off the bat. Hey, peek your head out. Oh, I missed. Womp womp. Alright, and we have 45 seconds of downtime.
I'll handle the Orix. You handle the car with the explosives.
So, Ralphin, if there's anything that you want to say, or, well, you have a little bit of downtime here.
Sure. Hotfix, for people who are not aware, is a series of ongoing speedruns and speedrun relating shows we have on the GDU channel between our big events. We do have SGDQ coming up in about a week and a half at this point, July 4th through July 11th. Hope you all will be tuning in for that. It's going to be online again, benefiting Doctors Without Borders, also known as Médecins Sans Frontières, across the seas. And after SGQ, we'll have, you know, more hotfix stuff going. We've got hotfix going almost every day of the week. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. See our schedule, all the shows we have, learn more about it. And there's a form down there in the bottom left that if you would like to have something to show off on hotfix, something you think would be a good fit, you can fill out the form, let us know, and maybe we'll feature it on one of our shows.
So here we take out the archers since they will set fire to our cart of explosives that we want to set fire to ourselves. But we only need to take out the first wave because Talion is big and strong and it's just going to push the cart all the way there before the second wave of archers can take care of it. And we are just one mission away from completing the first half of the game.
In death than I was in life.
It is the Black Hand and his captains who are the true monsters.
In the first half of the game is usually the easier part, but chat wanted me to do Untouchable, and what was that? Four captains spawned on me.
Two of
that
them,
we
yeah.
found. Well, no, 2 came with the war chief himself as bodyguards.
Oh,
and there was
okay.
2 that we saw come at us when we were trying to not get hit.
Ranger, time to die. Learn the art of the kill. Back to Grave Walker. Kill you!
Oh, I didn't get to keep my...
I teach you what is. Finish him, you useless orc filth. Now I inflict the pain. How does your vengeance taste, Talion? Is not the darkness sweet?
Don't think so. Not this time. Chat just wanted to give me a chance to showcase my full skills. That's why they want me to untouchable. And with that, the hammer is dead.
We have defeated the Hammer of Sauron, but the Black Hand and the Tower remain.
And their master.
And we are finally off to the second half of the game. Now, if you'll notice that I still have 2 skill points when I went to level up that I didn't use. That is because there is many things that we don't want to use unless we need them. So it gives us the ability to flex into other stuff depending on how the run is going. For example, what I expected into during that fight was Impact, which says when I parry someone, it actually gives me a counter towards my hit streak, as well as it will stun the enemies and knock them to the ground so I can ground execute them.
There's a good chance
The other one is critical hit, meaning if I only click my mouse button or the attack button once per each hit and don't just mash, it will give me a critical strike and it will give me 2 to my hit streak instead of 1, which happened a couple times during that fight and was able to give me the ability to hit him and get my execute sooner than I normally would. It is something that is incredibly useful when trying to brand war chiefs later down the road, since you will sometimes not want to kill them and want to try and brown them and turn them to your side.
I must locate the ghouls' tracks.
So right now we are off to go deal with some ghouls. There was a relic that Celebrimbor needs that he knows the ghouls have. So we, using our Celebrimbor's sight, track the footprints over here. And now we have a little stealth area. We have to sneak through this area without getting detected. If we get detected at all, it will trigger the ghoul swarm and have us reset this area.
Staying high will keep me out of sight.
So we have to be quick and quiet. Something that is not usually mixed well together. Right. Don't get noticed there. And this ghoul right here, we do have to shoot, because if we don't shoot him, he will alert the horde every single time. I think there has only been one time where I have let him live where he did not alert the horde on me. And we're going to get Celebrimbor's artifact.
What is that creature?
And we are having a ghoul matron fight. So, Mama Ghoul. We want to light it up as many times as we can before it gets to us. Just slamming arrows into its face. And then we're going to try and kite it in here into these flames. Where it will take pretty significant damage from those flames.
Wow, that was a lot.
And while it's burning, take care of the other ghouls and use that second flame to get rid of her. One of the things that is possible to do, and I think I've only done it once among all of my runs, is when she charges forward to use that left side flame to hit her and make her stagger towards the right side flame. It is difficult to do because she doesn't really like to go where you want her to. So now we have a timer to... We get 2 minutes, which is well more than enough to escape the Gould Horde, since it's just right there. And since we got that tower back at the beginning, we're able to teleport back to the starting area where the majority of our missions will be for the second section of this game. This is basically our home tower, much like the top left corner of the map when the last area was. So we talk with the queen there, and she tells us, hey, our guys are about to get executed by some Orkai. Can you do something about that? So, considering that they're literally on the chopping block as we speak, I need to haul my butt down there. Like, probably one of the reasons that I love this game so much is to get good at it. It's not learning glitches or any mechanics like that. It's just getting good at the combat and the tools that you have.
If we brand those archers, we can build our army and save these men at the same time.
All right, and so we're going to get a new ability to where we can brand enemies, meaning we mark them and they are ours now. They will help us. They are our allies and no longer under Sauron. It is Celebrimbor basically reclaiming them to use for our own purposes. So here we need to get all the archers, or 6 of the 8 archers, to make sure that our boys do not get executed here, since the archers would be the primarily ones that would be hitting them. We're just gonna run right through the whole army. And we're gonna kite them over there here to this explosive barrel and blow them all up. Most of them.
Someone's chat is asking about an ability that lets you brand people with your arrows. Is that a thing in this game, or is that the other game?
It is this game. However, that is a ability that we get later on. However, in this speedrun, we don't get it at all.
Yeah.
It's one of the higher level abilities to be able to brand off your arrows. In the Brightward DLC, which is you would get that from the start of the DLC. You can also get it in the main game if you level up enough. However, it's I think tier 4, tier 5 in power for Italian, while we only cap out at 3. So we never get the ability to brand people off the arrows. If we were to find a way to power level and still keep on pace for the run, we would, because that ability would be extremely, extremely useful to use.
More than I expected. More to kill before we isolate the captain.
Oh, he's terrified. That's convenient. on, don't hit me.
Terrified by executions or something?
Do what?
As I said, is he terrified by executions or something? What caused that?
We don't know. It depends on Grublik himself. It could be due to the fire, due to the brutality of the execution, or I know some enemies have fear of the Gravewalker, which is fear of us, that could do it. So it fully depends, and we aren't really sure what causes it each time, but there's a chance for it to happen. It's not a guaranteed thing.
You want me to bow to you? Come and make me.
However, that does speed up that very much, because we did not have to actually damage him to half health and be able to get him. Take out the 4 golden guys on him, since those are the only ones we really need to kill in that first fight.
Our protege wields fear like a weapon, and we are his invisible ally.
A shadow who stays close and sees all. That is the Elven way.
And if you're wondering why I'm intentionally not using my focus and trying to hit these guys without it, is because it slows down Grublik's movement speed whenever we are slowing down time as well. So we want to take care of everyone without using it as much as possible. Although, for some reason, they are moving well more than they normally do. But we're going to take care of all the guys. Someone asks, why are we killing blue orcs there? Because all of them will, in that section right there, will turn gold whenever Grublik gets up to them. Same with this area. So they are all going to be primary targets for this mission. So we're taking them out now rather than later.
Well, you have extra time anyway. Like,
yeah. Since we have the time waiting for Grublik anyways, there's no reason to not kill them early. So the reason that we go after Grublik here and start basically branding him again is because it will entirely skip his voice lines and speed him up to the point where we get this cutscene and into the next area faster. Because normally you have to listen to him talk the entire time. But if we go, for some reason, Tinytus Live, another runner of the game, basically he just rediscovered this because it was something that Bandana Dan used to use in his runs, but it was something that was very much overlooked by people like getting back into the game or not having run it back 6 years ago when they ran it. So basically Tinytus was actually able to see that Bandana Dan does that and was able to figure out, hey, we can skip his voice lines. I wonder if we can do that elsewhere. The truth is, there's other places where you can use that. And one of them saves well over a minute.
yeah, I was gonna say, some of the characters in this game talk a lot, so.
Yeah. But we can only do it to the captains and war chiefs under us. We can't do it just to anyone. If only, though. Okay, that's good news. Okay, I want to go to him because he's feared. We're gonna go after Tars because he's the only person that we care about killing here.
Maybe you could take one of us, but now you're a dead man.
He's saying like there's 2 of us, but I'm about to get a scene saying that his other guy is feared and is about to run away as soon as he gets up. because the reason he turned instantly green is because he has a fear of burning. So this is actually really good for us since we killed a lot of the enemies with that explosion, as well as we do not have to worry about that other captain. Stop that. So we're just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again. Flurry attacking into ground execute into execution. And try and kill him as fast as possible.
I fight for the Dark Lord, and you shall fight for me. This is my dominion. I am the strongest war chief in all of Mordor.
Queen Marwen's plan has given
So
us great
right
strength.
there, we will skip his dialogue. And when we go to dominate this Uruk, it will skip Talion's voice lines too.
Weird.
Saruman is one of the Istari.
Yeah, that's another thing that Tiny has found very recently, within the last month. He discovered this, and it saves about a minute and a half, minute 20 seconds, somewhere in that range.
We must dominate more war chiefs for a true
Just for being able to do that. It is something that he has gone back and, like, after he discovered it, that Fearful Ferret, the previous world record holder before his VOD corrupted and there's no proof of his official world record run anymore, had in one of, and I think it was one of his, like a 158 run. However, he didn't realize he did because it only saved him 4 seconds. He just, and I've encountered it before as well. Because it's just like, okay, I'm going to grab this worm, which is how you get your intel off of the Uruks that have the little green symbol above their head, and went to brand them. But when we went to do it, it just skipped, and we're just like, okay, well, we just ran out of time. Well, turns out we had found something, but we didn't know we found it.
That seems to happen a lot.
I don't care.
Yeah.
Something looks a little weird and you don't fully understand everything that happens until later on.
the Queen.
And you don't go back and check it, and turns out it was something that would save a lot of time.
Emotion fogs your way. Risk without reward is recklessness.
This medicine will clear the Queen's mind and lead to answers of
So
your
here,
Justify our alliance with
They
these.
must know that she will risk everything to protect their Queen.
She knows without the keystone, the arch.
we are searching for something for the Queen, and
When a Caragor can do it in our stead.
we're told it might be in this area. Step right up. You get punched off the ledge.
Lothario's stride is infectious. I can see why men follow her conviction.
So there, because any Uruk falling off of a height will just die instantly. We just wait till they come up to us and use our race stun to hit them hard enough that they just fall off. No. So Luga hits hard. He has two axes that he can throw at me, as you can just see, where he pretty much one-shot me. He is very easy to handle if you're able to get on top of him without any other inconveniences, like this guy behind me. but he does do a lot of damage when he can hit you.
I know the steps to that dance.
So we're going to continue our combos, and we are going to ground execute him and ram our dagger into his rib cage and his life.
Nathariel's strength shines through her leadership.
It's reflected in
And
So is
now
that
we're
one of
off to
those
go-
enemies that's the same every time? Because you were mentioning he's always got the thing about his like X's there.
He is very slightly different every time,
Okay.
and only like minusculely. He is always Luga, and he always has the 2 axes, but he has different abilities. Like,
Okay.
there's times where he has Vault Breaker and other things that he can have, but he is always pretty much the same.
That makes sense.
So here we're going to make a small pit stop and speak with our buddy Grublik, who is our first war chief of the second half of the game, as we just branded him a moment ago. And we're going to have a nice little chat with him and tell him to go fight someone. Okay, that's a really good location for that fight for us, because it's right near the exit to this area, or if we need to do it earlier, it's also right next to the tower that we will be using a lot to teleport to as well. So we're just going to tell him, go fight one of the other war chiefs. We'll be there later. Because the fastest way to beat the second half of the game is not by doing what we did in the first half, where we had to
What do we need them for?
do a prerequisite and then fight them. Like, for example, the Untouchable mission, and then actually kill the war chief. In this part, instead, we can send our war chiefs to go fight other war chiefs in what's known as a riot. It will cause them to have a struggle for power, and there will be smaller Uruks and maybe his bodyguards helping him, but we can whittle them down or just go for the war chief after we take out a lot of the guys that get in our way. So here we're going to run far enough ahead of Torvin to where we are on the barrier of failing the mission. These Caragors come out, and we will be able to get its attention by shooting it with the bow and get onto our Caragor faster and not have to listen to Torvin's long, slow dialogue, because he walks from up on that hill that we were on, slowly down here, up the ladder, all the way over to here, just chatting our ear off before finally telling us that we can fight the Caragor and
Oh my God.
gain control over it. Someone asked what the name of the Lord of the Rings similar to Star Wars Battlefront game is. It is Lord of the Rings Conquest.
Nice place. Sounds depressing.
But
Let's find some Uruks. Now that you tamed the beast, let's see if we'll come for you.
here we are going to take some upgrades that will be relevant later, as well as upgrade our bow to get more arrows and more focus, since we don't want to be running out of either when taking out hordes upon hordes of Uruks with our bow. Someone hit my Caragor, so a little bit of a shaky shot, but ooh, that's bad. I set him on fire. So our character is going to be a little bit rough for wear, which is not good. But we're going to get this tower during this mission instead of coming back for it later. That way, we can teleport to this for the Lethariel mission that is directly after this.
Embrace the light.
See thou, Dark this beast can be used for good. Oh, that was gruesome. Double points.
You've been hunting and learning for long, dwarf.
For years and years.
Yeah.
I like how he says double points, but you only got one.
Slowly sweep.
I
I
know.
noticed that.
Like much more.
You take him up high. Leave the ground dogs to me.
Yeah, Torvin, he doesn't mean it. He doesn't love us. Because he's still like, it's still a competition to him, so of course he's not gonna actually give us double points. Think like Legolas and Gimli. It's kind of similar competition to see who can kill more Uruks.
I'm thinking of the movie where Legolas takes down the giant Oliphant and Gimli goes, that still only counts as one.
Yeah, when he takes down the giant elephant with all the people on it,
Running long on lip.
if I remember correctly.
You'll need to think
Yeah.
on your feet. When we face the Graug, can't always look to me for help. The hunt is about discipline. Training yourself to see the
And
perfect
3,
moment,
2,
rather than
1.
being told it. I once tracked a grey eagle.
If I went any sooner than when I did, I would have failed the mission due to getting too far away from Torvin without getting into this next battle scene. Oh, bad shot. So here, this is where I said keen-eyed would have been like saves a minute. Is literally just a mass of bodies that I am going to essentially just be firing arrows into, where they are constantly moving without any focus or real ability to slow it down and make sure I can hit them. So that's why the ability or the rune Keen-Eyed would be so helpful, because they don't know I'm here, so for each one I'd be getting like 25% of my focus bar back each time that I headshot them.
Oh, I see. So that's the one you were talking about that could save minutes?
Yes. Okay, thank God that doesn't kill my Karagor. Alright, where's the guy spawning? Where is he spawning? Oh no, I missed. Oh no, I missed.
Quiet. Something must be wrong.
Go to Italian.
My aim is terrible today. So, that enemy that I was very worried about hitting, if you do not kill him, he will give you a little animation and Torben will say, "Hey, one's getting away!" And he'll run back over the edge to where you can no longer hit him. And you will have to chase him down in order to be able to catch up to him. And he can spawn over there, or he can spawn on the other side of where we were at there. And if you do not have your focus up, you are basically guaranteed to get him to run away from you, and it'd be significantly harder to kill him, and we'll be losing time due to him running away.
It's territorial. Strong enough to claim
So right now we're just doing all of the Torvin missions. So Torvin 1, as you just saw, we tame our first Karagor and deal with groups upon groups of Uruks that have invaded the area.
Oh, since that's the largest part of you.
Torvin 2, the one that we're on now, we are dealing with a Graug for the first time.
Do, Captain. And since you're so good at taking orders, I'll tell you how, step by step. Step 1, when he's crunching on an Uruk, sneak up behind the giant beast and bleed the bastard's ankle.
But why not his throat?
Why not his throat? Because there's only one place where
It'll meet a fine
the Graug does not have the spiky armor. They don't call it a Graug's heel for nothing.
Oh, so you killed those Uruks because that was going to be the objective for the mission.
Yes. That's
So
why
I
I
can come up,
exploded
yeah.
that campfire.
We'll attract Caragors.
Because it would make us kill them regardless.
Your speed will
in order for him to get distracted and go nom 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 on them.
That will be.
So I explode the fire, and sometimes there's a shield Uruk there that will survive the fire, so you just have to shoot him in the head with your bow after that. So we don't have... There's an ability you can get to where you could literally just aim at the Karagors and teleport to them and immediately mount them. However, that is a tier 3 ability, and we are not to that point yet. So... Or tier 4, it's one of the two. I can't remember.
Sounds easy enough.
But so we just have to wait till either they get close enough to where we can actually get them, or the Graug knocks one over that we can mount while it's down. So Torvin makes a good distraction, tells us to shoot in the head, and he'll die. It didn't.
You must have done it wrong. I'm following your orders. Well, that's your problem. I have an idea.
I like how Torfin tells us that he had a beard at 3 years old.
And so instead of killing it, we're just like, we're gonna take control of you for right now, and we have a new pet. And an army of Uruks that have come to hunt the Graug. Well, I have a friend now, so I'm going to run and stomp on you. And use this massive Graug to bulldoze my way through all of these Uruks. Because they were coming to deal with me, to hunt me and the Graug itself. So, 2 for 1 deal. You can have the Graug punching you.
I'm curious how they were
And
intending
as soon as
to hunt this Graug with just like swords.
I know, right? It's just like, you have a sword and a bow, right? That's good enough.
The darkness.
That's all you need.
So Mordor doesn't seem to touch that dwarf.
The 7 rings of power did not turn the dwarf kings to wraiths, as the 9 rings did to man.
So we're going to immediately kill the Graug after
dominated by evil.
killing the last Uruk, since we were hunting the Graug anyways with Torvin. Now here, this is where I talked about at the beginning, where you have the ability to go any direction and to kind of choose and think on the fly. Right now, knowing where the spawns are for potential riots, there's a lot that spawn in the corner by Torvin 3. So I want to get rid of this riot now and do it so that I don't have a potential for a mission in the far corner next to Torvin 3 after I've already completed it. Because that's the second hardest spawn on the map to get to in a fast time. So we're going to start our first riot, and we are going to try and take out this guy, but we don't want to kill him. We do not want to kill any more war chiefs for the rest of this run. We do not want them to die. We want to turn Sauron's army against him, as we have done with Grublik. So instead of killing him, we are going to brand him. So I'm going to use my ability, the combat brand, and turn him to our side. Now, here's the part where we can do one of two things. We can fight them, deal with them, so we can try and talk to our guys so they will actually go off and start more riots, which is what we're going to try to do, because we want to start as many riots as fast as possible so we know their locations on the map. Also, oh, no. Oh, God. That was close. So, he was in the middle of executing our new war chief. Like, he was 1 second away from dying, and I just saved him. You know what? You're going to be mine now, too. Just for you being a pain. Now, where's our new guy? Grab him. and we're going to command him as well to... Oh, I see the lag on my end too. I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry, guys. I really apologize for this. I don't usually have this issue. I'm sorry about that so much.
So if you had turned him to your side and then the other captain had killed him, that would have gotten rid of the war chief anyway, right?
Yes, but we'd have to brand 5 war chiefs. We'd no longer have him among our army.
So like it would
So we'd
reduce
have
one from your mission objective?
Yes.
Ooh.
That scream was Lotharius. We must find her quickly.
Do you see why that stressed me out so much?
Yeah.
Because that's why I was saying how, like before we started just explaining this to you, how in the second half of this game, there is many things that you make a simple mistake or you don't even make the mistake. Like, I didn't do anything wrong there, but you can lose 5 minutes or more just off of that. That was one of those events.
If that war chief had died, would you be able to brand one of the captains, then promote the captain to war chief, or?
Yes, but so I could brand one of the captains of that fight and hope that he was the one that was promoted to the war chief. If it was one of the other two, though, then I would have to create another riot with one of my war chiefs, or
Okay.
hope that one of the ones that I branded was a bodyguard to him. So it just comes down to...
So there would have been a little bit of luck to save it, but
Yes.
you'd be beholden to RNG at that point.
Yes, exactly. Like, there's times where I've killed all of them, and so it's guaranteed that the last one is going to be the war chief. Because when I do that fight, my captain can, and the Urukai around him can just straight up kill all of the other bodyguards.
Yeah.
Plan your vengeance once we've escaped.
I don't seek vengeance.
And
I fight because it would be wrong not
here, we're going to attempt to do a faster strat,
I can no
which...
longer draw my sword.
If it works, it's faster. If not, then it's slower. So we carry Lothariel towards this right side, and we pray none of them attack us. Because if we're able to do it without them seeing or hitting us, which fortunately he did like 2 feet too soon. But the idea is we can slip past all of them and already start the second section of this level. If we can slip past them just enough and start the second wave. So we're not having killed all of them, but if you notice, right here is when it triggers. So we were very close to skipping the first wave. Yes, we still have to kill them and all that, but we would not have had to deal with them right there. Or we would have had the second wave to kill to try and speed up the time.
You have the warrior spirit. I've never met a fighter that's as big as
I have no choice. In the face of darkness.
All right,
it is our
someone
duty to
go
light.
deal with the shield guy, please. Also, everyone said earlier that the Lothariel skin is the best. Well, I have the actually something better. Actual Lothariel.
Beyond my spirit. The Tower of Sauron interrogated me on your whereabouts.
What is with this? Why are you not dead? There was 6 guys on you. I'm so confused. Oh no, we are nowhere near world record pace.
Yeah, we've had some
We
issues
had
with this run.
Yeah, there's been many technical issues, such as my game crashing, my CPU deciding to fry itself today, apparently.
And then deciding to let chat bully us into doing a mission that takes a while.
Yes, and chat bullying us into losing 5 minutes, at least. Yeah, Italian just chucks Lothariel. It's just like, You're injured. You'll wait here.
Take a gander into the shadows, and you'll see nothing but Buddha's arms growing in power.
Yeah, I will admit the untouchable mission. I was proud of myself for not dying there.
Yeah, it gave us an entertaining moment.
Yeah. Me basically saying, I am going to die. I am running for my life and getting arrows.
Lothariel and her men were
And
not
having
Mordor. They must leave
4
or
captains
perish.
and a war chief to deal with.
For this.
I was read a comment as that I like how chat is considered a technical difficulty.
I mean, that's one way of putting it.
Also, I don't know why. I guess maybe the storm, because like it did rain a lot earlier before this, may have messed with my internet some.
Yeah,
But
that might be part of it.
Like-
I'm not sure.
I don't really. I've never had this issue over the last 2 years.
Yeah, it's also one of
Really?
those things, like, for people in chat who are curious, like, we did a tech check before the show. Everything was working fine, no issues at all. Everything that we're running now was running during the tech check, and sometimes technology is just weird.
Like as soon as we started the actual go live and do this, that's when everything started to bug out.
Yeah, and it was fine before the show, because you had everything running, like, for a while before the show. It just started, like, a couple minutes into the run. It's just one of
And
those
yes,
things
there
that's
is.
unavoidable on online events sometimes.
Yeah. And yes, there's actually a few runners that do 100% runs of this game, and bless their souls. That I'm sorry, but I couldn't be here for 6 hours. I could not play this game for 6 hours straight.
That's actually shorter than I expected it to be.
I think it's 6 hours 40 minutes. If I
Yeah,
remember
that's
correctly.
impressive.
Man-filth! Starting to
But
realise
doing
this was
everything
a
in this
mistake,
game in
are
under
you,
7
Ranger?
hours, that's wow.
Well, don't worry. It's the last one you're ever gonna make.
There should there should be more than one. Also, Rylan Hand, one of the runners for I think he's the world record holder right now for Legolas for 2 towers. But I thought there was multiple runs because I know that multiple people have been doing runs lately of it. Have they not uploaded them?
I can look. 100%. I only see the one on the leaderboard. But, you know, it could just not be uploaded.
Shame on
I
them
don't.
then.
I mean, I don't upload a lot of my speedruns, so.
I haven't, like, as I said, I've PB'd 3 times since my last PB and have not uploaded a single one of them.
Yeah.
Because, like, I'm not going to be satisfied until I get sub 2 hour or world record. And that is because I've been playing this for far too long and have been grinding for this on and off for 2 years now. Also, I see Zojalix is here. He's going to be our runner after this for 2 towers and one of the people doing co-op Return of the King.
Yeah.
So we get to look forward to that. He is actually the reason that I got into the DLC part of this game because for the Bright Lord, because he did a run himself, and I'm just like, I want to do that. And kind of that's how I got into the DLC of this game. How I got into the actual game was as I said, roughly about 2 years ago was the first time I played this game, and literally right after I beat the game, the first thing I did was went and looked up speedruns of it because I was curious, and I found Fearful Ferret, who was at the world record holder at the time before his run was eventually disqualified due to his VOD getting corrupted and no longer having video proof of it, which is really unfortunate. But he was the reason, like, Fearful Fair was the reason that I got into this run, and just watching them play, like, even though it has been 6 years or more since the world record has changed, basically, it is absolutely crazy to watch. And we are at 4 of 5 war chiefs, and hopefully neither of them die in the next 10 seconds. Lovely. So, even though the first part of this half of this run, with all the technical difficulties and so many issues, went bad, the actual gameplay part of the second half is going swimmingly, for the most part.
Yeah, what all is left at this point? Like, you got one more war chief you gotta get, and then what are we looking at after that?
So this war chief that I'm going to get after this mission. Can I answer that question after me walking away for 2 minutes and using the bathroom?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Let me just make sure that I'm following. All right, I'll be back. Everyone enjoy following in rail comment. This is on you for the next 2 minutes.
Okay, that's nice. There's a bathroom break in the run. So while Bloody is using this auto scroller to go use the restroom, this is a reminder: this is the GQ hotfix. It's a regular series of speedruns, speedrunning related content, and themed shows about speedruns on our channel between main events. So you can go to gamesdonequick.com, see more information about hotfix, all of the shows that we have to offer, and there's a calendar there that shows what all shows are going to be on what day. If you have a game that you think would be a good fit for one of our shows, there's a form in the bottom left of that page where you can let us know that there's a game that you personally would like to see on hotfix. So you can let us know about it there. And a decent amount of those submissions in the form do make it onto one of our shows in one form or another. So definitely do encourage you all to use that form. It is very helpful to us. And of course, if you have Twitch Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you have Prime Gaming, gives you a free sub every month. We'd appreciate it if you would consider subscribing to our channel here on Twitch, as hotfix is funded in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. And of course, you can always check out our past shows on our YouTube, youtube.com/gamesdonequick. We upload all of our previous shows there. If you missed the start of a show, or just hear about a show that we did and you want to go back and check it out, you can just head over to our YouTube.
Sure to laugh when the beast eats you alive.
Somebody in chat's asking what's the longest speedrun somebody's done. I'm pretty sure that is Bait and Kaidos 100%. It takes 2 weeks.
Jesus.
Because there's an item, like 100% includes all items, and items in that game evolve over time. And there is a shampoo item that evolves into good hair after 2 weeks. And so the 100% route, the item only evolves like when you're not in battle, not in a menu, etc. And the actual gameplay of the run is much shorter. So they play in like 1 to 2 hour blocks every day, and then just leave the game running to let the shampoo item keep evolving. It's actually a really cool route.
I thought it was there's like a Legend of Zelda game or something. It's not 100%, but there's like a special category where basically it takes, I don't know how many days, but you basically just have to walk away and hope that you get this one specific bug to where you start slowly facing through a wall.
Oh god, yeah, there's
it's minimum percent, like where you get the minimum amount of
yeah,
things
low
is what it
percent
is.
in, I want to say Twilight Princess. There's a rupee slide.
That sounds right.
Where when you pick up a rupee and you hold it up, like the first time you get that color rupee, and Link does the animation, you apparently move forward very, very, very slowly. It takes like 16 hours for you to move past the thing you need to move.
Also, what we're doing here is, as you know, that I unlocked an ability called Throwing Daggers. Literally useless ability in every other part of the run. However, it one-shots ghouls. So, it is actually the fastest thing that we can do here. Since you can just spam it and it does not require arrows, and you can quickly take out ghouls with it.
Oh, so it doesn't like take resources, so it's better than your Wraith Flash?
The Wraith Flash we don't use because you have to have a hit combo of 8 to do.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's the main problem with Wraith Flash, is you have to have your hit combo. And in this fight, there is the acid guys who usually target me, which aren't for once. But also another thing that found by Tinytus, because like he has been grinding to discover cool stuff that we can do to save time a lot lately, and he is a 100%, like has done 100% runs as well, and usually has throwing daggers, and found that it was incredibly useful in 100% runs to throw daggers at the ghouls. So it has been incorporated into my runs to where I usually have an extra skill point at this point anyways, so I toss it into those throwing daggers and it saves a minute.
Yeah, that's nice.
Using those daggers instead of melee attacking every single one of those ghouls.
I hope that Torvin finds his way home.
All right.
His hunt is over.
So you did ask before I went to the bathroom what we have left in this run. So it was that mission, the Great White Growl. It is this one war chief, if nothing goes wrong, the tower, and the final Black Hand fight.
All right,
Or
cross
the
your
final
fingers,
Talon
chat.
fight.
I'm glad you brought so many victims.
I'm
Cross your
trying
fingers,
not
chat.
to laugh at some of the comments in chat.
One of you will
Yeah, they're having some fun with the whole discussion about the longest speed run.
Yeah.
It's so weird to see you shooting the orcs during these, because in most games blue means ally, but in this game blue is just a regular orc, so it's like,
Yep. Blue means not a captain
yeah.
or war chief. That's rude, Lugnag.
Our master isn't to be
Also,
trifled with. We'll
should I
take
bring
you to
up
pieces and
the
leave you for the
funniest
ground.
name that I've seen in this game? It is interesting and probably to an extent like not the best. Like there are some dumb names in this game, I will say that.
Chop, chop, chop. Come one, come many. My blades are ready.
I wouldn't even. Yeah, probably not.
There's some pretty good places you can look online if you want to see some of the very silly names in this game.
That's true. Also, why is one of my friends calling me mid-run when he knows that I'm doing this? All right, we got the last guy. We are free. We're at the end game now, boys.
Freedom!
Okay, that was weird. The way it teleported me, because I started teleporting before the battle technically ended, so it really ended weird.
We wish to thank you
Stop to be.
for coming to our aid, Captain.
Aye. Never realized my smuggling could be so appreciated by the Queen.
And now we get to fight our nemesis. Now, who that might be, I have no idea.
Seize your bounty.
So we have this nemesis
There's
fight.
huge rewards for the
The
head on the tibia blade.
or the tower.
We'll be rich
The
and famous
Talon
after
fight
this one.
and
Let's
a
get it
brief
done.
discussion with
Get back
Sauron
to Grog.
Drown
is the way I'm gonna put that.
Uruk cries, and the earth with Uruk blood.
Let's see if he's weak to arrows. Oh, let's go. That's really good.
For Middle Earth!
So weak to arrows does mean takes more damage to it?
Do what?
Does weak to arrows mean that he just takes more damage from arrows?
No. When I say he's weak to arrows, I mean he can actually be hit by them.
Oh, okay. Because not every
So-
captain can be.
Correct. Majority of the captains that I wind up facing as my nemesis
Listen
are
to the
immune to
sound of
range.
my horn. It's the sound of impending doom. The sound of your death.
Some of the voice lines in this game are super goofy. That one's not even like really up there in the scale, but it's just
Walker, you got nothing left to live
Yeah,
for.
there's some interesting ones. God, there's one that I heard for like the first time the other week. Oh, it was like really dumb. I can't remember what it was.
like, especially
I
when a
know,
captain winds up broken and then they come back later and they just start babbling nonsense at you.
This is a trap.
Yeah.
It's Tonsils.
One of the funnier things, I mean, in the Golem mission earlier where we had to explode the ghouls, he'll start singing about flopping fishes.
What joy it is to fight such weakness. Such
So, you know how I said distract to be useful later, but doesn't always has use? This is one of those things where, yet again, Tiny Tis kind of...
Oh, so this boss is, you can just distract him and then stealth drain him.
Yep.
That seems very useful.
It is, especially since normally you have to just stealth him and get him that way, but this way you can just basically run at him and get him, please. Thank you.
Italian's been having some troubles with climbing walls this run.
Climbing with Caragors is way worse. Caragors stick to everything.
You will never see your family again.
Italian's a little bit angry at you telling him that he will never see his family that y'all murdered again. I think he's a little salty.
He's a little bit upset. No talk him, he angry.
I will say, though, looking at the time of what we have on stream, this run isn't awful.
Yeah, because I was pausing it during technical difficulties, so like,
Yeah.
the actual runtime here seems pretty decent. Just had some unfortunate technical problems, so like, this would have been a pretty good
Hey,
run
chat.
if you hadn't let chat bully you into doing the
Yeah.
untouchable mission.
Yeah, that is very true. If chat hadn't bullied me, you know, y'all are so rude. How dare y'all bully me? I'm a speedrunner. No, I'm kidding.
Flames.
But
We must return to Queen Margaret.
Black Hand has been
well, yeah,
here.
because them bullying me
Lothario.
cost me probably 5 minutes. Maybe more, maybe less. I'm not really sure. No, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that I could appease chat and do it.
It's playful. We had fun.
No, I'm actually considering everything that has happened. I'm still happy with this run. I just really wish that did not have technical difficulties.
Yeah, it just happens sometimes. It's still been a good showcase of the game, and if people are interested in checking out the game, there's pretty sure there's a Discord linked on speedrun.com. Yeah, there is. Is that the place people should go if they want to pick up this game after seeing the run?
Also, I know chat likes to talk about all the other Lord of the Rings games. Who is hyped for a Gollum whenever it comes out? Because I'm very much looking forward to it whenever they actually announce a release date.
Wait, there's a Gollum game coming out?
Yes. It has been announced for a year now?
Shows how much attention I pay to like game announcements.
Oh, I meant to kill my Caragor. That's bad. I did not mean to let him live. If you're wondering why letting my Caragor live is a bad thing, it can heal them, basically, if it dies. I want a Rat Bag game. Same, dude. I love Rat Bag.
That would actually be very fun.
Probably one of the most amazing things that I've seen is there's a YouTuber that basically killed every single war chief, captain, everything in the game to where only a Rat Bag was left. Dang it, I don't get the skip. So there's a skip to where if you can brand the talent of the first talent of the hand, they will all turn to your allies, and you can skip this fight, basically.
Oh, wow.
Which I was going to see if I could do it before speaking on it. Because if I did it, that would have been pretty hype, because I've only done it, I want to say twice in all my runs.
It seems like that would be pretty difficult to do in this big mess of a fight.
That's because it is, because one of the things that is a downside to it, and why it is so difficult, is because not only do you have the issue of not being able to combat brand them, because once they get to a quarter of health, the next time they are hit by you, they are knocked down and you have to execute them.
Oh, I see.
So, like, you saw a couple times where, like, I did this, basically, where I went to, like, brand them. You have to do it with hitting him twice with that full-time brand. Anyways, that was the talent of the first hand. There's one that has Vault Breaker and other stuff, but we apparently had a good group of war chiefs, and they actually took them out pretty fast. And we're sneaking up on the end game here, and we'll be ending in the next 60 seconds or so.
Oh wow, that's soon?
Sauron is still
Yeah.
weak. Without the power of the One Ring.
I think we've had a good amount of people hanging out this entire time, so I hope you all enjoyed this speed run.
All right.
Like I was mentioning
Skip one
earlier,
more
is
time.
the Discord that's linked on speedrun.com, is that where people should go if they're interested in learning
Yes,
this?
and that, yeah, and it's also the Discord for all the Lord of the Rings games that can be speedrun, except for Lego Lord of the Rings, because they're a part of the Lego group.
Yeah, the Lego speedruns have a big Discord of their own.
Yep. And we are going to call time in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time. As we plunge our sword into Sauron. Now, usually I skip this cutscene, but we're gonna let it run
For the
chat.
fans.
Unless people want me to skip it so they don't get spoilers, but
Do you have any shoutouts while this cutscene's rolling?
yeah. Shout out to all of the people that have made it where I want to do this run and have helped me along the way. Special shout outs to Zojalix. He is one of the people that I talk to the most in the Lord of the Rings community, and have done co-op runs in War of the North with him, have done races in Two Towers, and just a good friend of mine that I've met through this community. I want to shout out Tiny Tis Live, the_Kaiser_2, and for help with strategies among the game that have helped me improve my play. And I want to say shout out to the people that made this game in the record what it is. Bandana Dan and Fearful Ferret and Ace Frog, the 3 old gods of Shadow of Mordor. And a special thank you to everyone in the Lord of the Rings community that has backed me and helped me and raced with me and talked to me and been my friend through these years. And a special thank you to chat for being here for this event. I appreciate all of you.
Chat is the hero and the bully at the same time. But yeah, thanks for doing this run for us. That was a lot of fun. It was a good showcase. And if you want to see more of this, I assume go follow Bloody and check it out on his channel.
Yeah, if you want to see more of this, check me out at Twitch TV/Bloody Lifetime.
Yeah. So somebody's asking when's Shadow of War. Unfortunately, not today. We have a few more Lord of the Rings games coming up after this, but that's not one of them. We're gonna have
unfortunately Shadow of War is 3 hours.
Yeah,
for the speed run.
It's a little long, but we've got some of the OG Lord of the Rings games back. I think there was like GameCube, PlayStation 2, that era of. We've got Two Towers by Zojulix, and then Zojulix is going to be teaming up with Slade to do a co-op run of Return of the King. So we're going to take a quick break here while we get set up for the Two Towers. So we're going to go to a break here, and it's a good opportunity to get up, stretch, refill your water, take care of yourselves, and we'll be back in just a few minutes with the Two Towers run by Zojulix. So stay tuned. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We've got our Lord of the Rings edition. I should probably update the Twitch title. I'll just do that while we're talking here. And we just finished Shadow of Mordor, run by Bloody Lifetime, who's now here on commentary. We've swapped runners here for Zojulix, hanging out here to be doing Two Towers. And then Zojulix will still be here, while Slade, after he finishes his nap in the background, hi Slade, will join us for Return of the King for co-op run, and that's going to be a lot of fun. Just had to throw that in there because he was talking during the break. But how are you doing, Zojulix? Hope you're having a good day today.
Oh, I'm having an awesome day. I am so excited to be able to show this game off. So for those of you guys who probably seen me before, I ran the Force Unleashed 2 on here quite a bit. And I think it's like 3 times I think I ran Force Unleashed 2 for some sort of hot fix show. But when it comes to any speed game that I've put the most time into, it is this one. And to be able to show this game off in a capacity like this one makes me so happy. So I am beyond excited to show this run off.
So why don't you give us a quick rundown on this game? Because I know a lot of people aren't familiar with it if they didn't play it when they were younger.
Yeah, so the Force... wow, you can tell I've done the Force Unleashed 2 a lot because that was right about what I was going to start talking about. So the Two Towers is a game for, I think, like came out in 2002 for the PlayStation 2, GameCube, and the Xbox. And it's a hack and slash RPG that features primarily the 3 characters that you see on screen here, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli. And you play through the events of, if you've seen the Lord of the Rings movies, you play through the events of the Fellowship of the Ring and the Two Towers movie, essentially in like all very combat heavy. Everything that we're going to be doing is going to be focused on using the different combos and abilities that we have in order to just optimize our fighting, which I'll go into more detail as we get into the run. But essentially, it's an extremely combat-heavy run, and just overall, for me at least, it's an absolute blast because I love being able to just show off the awesome, flashy swordplay that is used, as well as just developed very, in my opinion, very well. I don't even remember who the original developer studio was. I just know that EA published it. So yeah.
Yeah, sounds good. Whenever you're ready to start, why don't you give us a good countdown?
Alrighty, I will go ahead. Timing will start when I skip this cutscene here. It's an interesting way that we do it. So timing will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. So what we're going to be talking... So I'm playing on the GameCube version of the game because of just... It is the fastest version because what we did before the run actually started is we loaded an already completed save file. Yeah, Bloody, can you explain this so I can count?
Okay. So what we did is, before we even started our run, we loaded a completed save file on our GameCube. And this allows us to, throughout the run, since we already have a completed save file, to skip the cutscenes throughout the run. And that's the main advantage to running on GameCube, because you are not able to do that on Xbox or PlayStation. It is GameCube exclusive to being able to skip those cutscenes. So,
yeah.
Right now, what he is doing.
Oh, yeah. So what I've been doing, the reason why I had him explain that about the GameCube glitch is because of the, is during this prologue, this thing is a 3-minute auto-scroller. But we utilize it in order to get about 2,000 EXP, which we routed to be about 10 perfects. And what you'll see is in the bottom left corner of the screen, that is our damage meter. And I'm going to try and see... So you notice that when I hit something, it fills up just slightly. And I don't want to do it too much because I don't want to kill too many enemies. But basically, there are 4 different kinds of kills you can get throughout the game. There's fair, good, excellent, and perfect. And depending on how high the meter is, how full the meter is, will depend on what you're able to get. And when the meter fills by doing a lot of damage without getting hit. So, for instance, when the meter fills, I do a lot of damage and I enter what's called perfect mode. And when it comes to perfect mode, what perfect mode is it lets you do the maximum amount of damage as well as you get the maximum amount of EXP per kill. And that's what we want to have happen. We want to have more of the... We want to be able to optimize the amount of EXP gained while minimizing the amount of kills. Hence why we're going to... But we only need 2,000 EXP for this level. And you'll know... I'll explain why we need... Well, and we only need to get 2,000 EXP because at the end of every single level, it tallies through each and every one of your kills. And the more kills you have, the longer that tally screen... the more that tally screen shows up. And so we're going to try and make it in a way that doesn't show up a lot. And so we're coming here to the end of this auto-scroller. Thank you guys so much. It's a wonderful, actually good place to have that auto-scroller because we can explain all of that information about, which is a setup for the entirety of the run.
So the TLDR is you want a lot of experience in as few kills as possible.
Yep, exactly. And you'll be seeing us do that by doing a couple of different combinations. So we're going to go ahead, tally up, and if I don't get 2,000 EXP, luckily we do have backups, which I did not get 2,000 EXP, so we'll have to do the backup, which is perfectly fine. It happens more often than you would believe. Because, yeah, sometimes it's weird. So we're in Weathertop here, and what we're going to be doing is trying to kill these ring wraiths in a very specific way. For these first 2 ring wraiths, I actually don't want to get perfect mode, which I did get it because sometimes the game's like, hey, you hit them twice, even though I only did 1 input. But it's fine. So we've got perfect mode for this guy here. We're just going to kill him instantly. He dies really fast. And every single ring wraith, after you fight all the ring wraiths, you get 5,000 EXP. And that's why because we need 7,000 for the abilities that we're going to be getting. Oh, cool, I got the audio glitch. So, yeah. And what? I don't know what just happened there. I've never seen that before.
What?
don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. So I'm skipping the normal menu for what you would do at the end of this level because of the fact that I didn't get the 2000 EXP. And I'll go ahead and do it at the end of this level, Gates of Moria. So that was the first 2 levels of the run already completed.
This land has changed.
And overall, it wasn't terrible. Could have been a little bit better, but I haven't really had too much of a chance to play due to work and a lot of other responsibilities. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this box here. We call it Scrub Box because it's just a little EXP. So, Bloody, I'm going to go ahead and let you explain this because this level kind of requires me to focus.
Okay, so what he is doing right now is, in the Gates of Moria, is he is traveling along these cliff tops, trying to get down to the Watcher of the Water, Watcher of the Lake, to fight it and get into Moria. So right now there is tons of goblins, orcs, and the such trying to get in his way and stop him. So he needs to focus on his movement since it is very easy to get caught and trapped for 10 to 30 seconds, depending on how unlucky you can be. Sometimes it can be less, sometimes it can be more than a little bit of time. So he needs to focus on that. There is archers that can hit you that will stagger you backwards, and there is many that just keep appearing. There is the same number every run. However, the AI want to go after you, so they sometimes attack and come out slightly different each time depending on your movement. Here he is running alongside the water towards the lake, and he's going to do what we call water hopping or water skipping, where you turn around and you use your backdash movement to hop across the water faster than it would be to run across it. Because when you're in that deeper water, you cannot sprint. It is like you are bogged down by the water and cannot move. So you use backwards hopping to jump backwards and hop through everything to get through here.
Yeah.
So now he is.
So I got. So now I'm going on to the Watcher in the Water fight. There isn't really any like funky strat or quick kill to do this fight. It's really self-explanatory. This fight's pretty RNG heavy though, because how fast the fight goes depends on how fast your tentacles spawn and whack you, which luckily I got really good RNG to make that fight go really fast. But basically, as you saw how the fight works, the tentacles went to hit me, I parried them to stagger them, cut them, and then shot the Watcher in the water the moment he rose up out of the water. And there are 2 different kinds of bow shots you can do in the game, believe it or not. There are quick shots and there are charge shots. Quick shots, you obviously fire off faster, but they don't do as much damage. And then a charge shot will do maximum damage but will take longer to fire off. And so we just did quick shots there because it all does the same amount of damage no matter how long you hold the arrow. It's, I don't know, an interesting thing. So we did our menuing there as well, and it went by really quickly. But I got Isildur's Swift Terror and Ranger Fury. Those are going to be 2 key abilities that we're going to be using throughout the run. Isildur's Swift Terror is me doing AAY. And as you noticed, after doing 1, I instantly went into perfect mode. Because this level here is essentially just starting off as a pretty decent-sized grind sesh. We're trying to kill a lot of enemies. And it's not an auto-scroller, but we don't know what actually makes the trigger for this part of the level to tick. It doesn't really make sense. We've had runs where we've golded it for no reason, and others runs that we've lost 30 seconds for no reason. And so we're also getting introduced to a wonderful new enemy, these shielded goblins, and they are the worst. Because sometimes the game just decides, oh yeah, you hit his shield, but it's not actually going to break. So actually, this is a good time to explain the different kinds of attacks that you can do. There are 2 main kinds of attacks that we do in this game, and that's speed attacks and fierce attacks. Speed attacks are just me hitting the A button, and it just is the basic swing of the sword. when I hit Y, I do what's called a fierce attack. And the fierce attack allows me to break shields. And in that instance, that guy's shield didn't break, but he fell over. Does that make sense? Absolutely not. But it's 2002, so we'll let it slide.
Are there difficulty options on this game? Because I remember this game being really hard and you're crushing it.
Yes, there are difficulty options, but unfortunately, we did have a stint of time where we had separated categories for different difficulties, but then as we kept grinding them, we realized that the strats do not change, no matter what difficulty you're playing on, so we just combined them all into one. Alright, so now we're going to be going up against a troll here, and I'm going to let Bloody explain it, so that way, once again, I can focus.
Okay, so the way this troll fight works is, on the first phase of it, you want to hit it with one attack at a time, using your fierce attack just at the in such a way where you never hit twice in a row until the very end to put yourself into perfect mode right as you go into phase 2. In phase 2, we're going back to that charge attack versus short attack. The charge attack does insane damage when in perfect mode. So if you are in perfect mode, you can shoot with 2 charge attacks and 1 quick attack and kill it instantly. Since when in perfect mode, you do so much more damage and you get the XP that you need to hit level 4. So if you don't get perfect mode on that kill, you will not hit level 4 and will not be able to get your levels for everything that you need.
Yeah, and hitting level 4 is so necessary because we buy an ability called Rohan Bow, which is our first bow upgrade, allowing our bow to do more damage. And trying to do this level without Rohan Bow is a nightmare.
Yeah, so the reason Rohan Bow is so important is because it increases your damage. And in perfect mode for Amon Hen, he will be able to one-shot a lot of the Urukai here. However, if you are level 3, you will not be guaranteeing your perfect mode one-shots with the bow and can lose a lot of time just off of that. As well, it will make some of the strats that we have for a later fight in this area not work fully. Where it will take more time to complete it. So here he is battling through waves upon waves of Urukai, and one of the main reasons that he has to focus a little bit more on this area is due to the way that they attack and interact with him. They have a sort of lunge attack that if it hits him will knock him to the ground, as well as their attacks in general are much more powerful, as you can see just moments ago, where the Urukai on the hill lunges down at him and hit him and knocked him to the ground. He's able to counteract this by using what is the B button to parry, and he can parry them and then attack them back. But it can be annoying when you're mid-swing on a different enemy and one of them hits you, or you're in your perfect mode shooting arrows, taking out as many as you can, and getting hit from the back. So
yeah, and you're probably wondering why I'm actually killing enemies if you hadn't figured it out by now. Up in the top right corner, there's a counter of Urukai, and we actually cannot advance the level until we kill all of the Urukai necessary. We can't go into the boss of this level. And so we try and just kill enemies as we go, so that way we're also just not stuck in one massive fight at the end. And I also don't think it's possible to actually kill that much Urukai without killing some beforehand. So that's why we're trying to kill enemies as we're going through the level. And obviously doing it all in perfect mode because, as you can see, perfect mode is just decimating enemy after enemy after enemy after enemy.
Do you care about the experience you're getting from the perfect mode as well? Because you said that was an experience bonus at the start, right?
Yes, yes, there is an experience bonus when you're in perfect mode. And while it's not as important once you hit level 4, it's still very helpful, because if I'm able to hit level 6, earlier, then I get an ability called Master Swordsman, which increases my sword damage. And so, in order to, and like, again, while it's not as necessary of an ability as you would think, it's super nice to have. And Bloody, I'm going to let you explain Alert's fight.
Okay, so he actually might be entering alerts here with perfect mode. I can't quite see from the stream being behind. But if he does, instead of taking 4 arrows to defeat alerts' first phase, he only needs, I believe, 1. So this phase, usually you have to juke side to side and shoot him with 4 arrows in order to take.
Oh my god, I forgot to give you the screen share.
Phase 2.
There you go. You can see the stream now.
Appreciate it.
Oh, and I just got statue strat too.
Yeah, and so what you just saw is statue strat. So the idea is to get it caught on a statue to where you are able to Ranger's Fury, Isildur's Swift Terror, your AAY combo, immediately put yourself into perfect mode. In that tight window before he pulls himself back out of the statue, you Ranger's Fury, charge up that fierce attack, and you kill him instantly with your charge attack.
And being able to get that strat in, that strat is extremely difficult. Probably one of, if not the hardest strat in the run. And so to get that, I'm really happy.
Yeah.
So now we're going into Fangorn Forest, which is another pretty difficult run, or level, not run. And the reason for that is because the earlier parts of the run, we were fighting a lot of just regular enemies. Well, in this level, we fight both regular enemies and trolls. And berserkers, but luckily berserkers, we just delete them instantly by timing a Ranger Fury, as you just saw me do there, so that berserker ends up not becoming an issue. Oh, I missed that Ranger Fury. That's upsetting. And for first wood troll, we just do 2 Ranger Furies and it dead. It makes it go really fast. Makes me really happy because casually I died on trolls constantly.
And
so
I'm gonna
go ahead.
I'm gonna touch on the berserkers and why timing them is so important. So how the Urukai have that lunge attack that knocks you down. Every single attack that the berserkers do knocks you down and does significant damage to you. So if there is multiple on you and you are not able to parry them or do anything, they can hit stun you and keep you basically locked onto the ground if you are not fast enough. And can be really, really punishing. So right here, he's going to run past everything and hug that wall on the left-hand side because there's sections where he can fully run instead of having to use the water hop to continue forward.
You can see the screen share now, right, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just make sure.
And we just killed our second troll. I played that one a little safer and hit him with some fierce attacks just because that troll likes to grab you. And it's really upsetting to get grabbed by that troll. And so being able to avoid it makes me happy.
And because he happened to be there, if we did have an issue with XP for whatever reason at this point in time, there is what we call the scrub boxes behind that troll back there that Zojulix did pick up just because he happened to be back there. So this fight, it's depending on if you're Zojulix or Rylan, depends on how you would affect and take care of this fight. You use a mix of your Isildur's Swift Terror to get into perfect mode to where you can use your light attacks to instantly take out the goblins that you need to take care of. Or you can try to Ranger's Fury and try and hit all 3 of them at once, and knowing that they won't spawn until each one is dead. So like you kill one of the 3, only one will spawn. You kill all 3 will spawn, and you still have a number of them that you have to take care of before everything.
And I just killed 2 trolls there. Which, interesting fact about these 2 trolls, throughout the majority of the game, the wood trolls take 2 ranger furies. Well, for some reason, those 2 trolls, not only are you fighting 2 at the same time, they're also beefier than the singular trolls you fight earlier in the level. Doesn't make sense, but that's just how the developers decided to treat us as players.
Yeah, so those ones you can do 3 Ranger's Furies, or you can hit them with a Fierce Attack to stagger them, and then Ranger's Fury, hit them with a Fierce Attack, and then Ranger's Fury, and it will also kill them. So you can choose if you want to Ranger's Fury twice and Fierce Attack twice, which can be helpful if you're not good at dodging, since it will stagger them. And you'll have a small window to do that, or you can just Fierce Attack them 3 times apiece.
Yeah, and so now we're on to Plains of Rohan. This level can be a killer, which honestly, a lot of levels in this game can be a killer. So when I say that, it just doesn't. And this level can be a killer because up in the top right corner, you'll see this meter. This is a meter of villagers, and these villagers, if that meter drains, we lose, and it's really sad. Because if any villagers that die, that's like, we can't let any villagers die. So we try to avoid that. But at the same time, we have to go fast. So I play this really, a lot of speedrunners actually will play this really risky and just avoid fighting and hope and pray that the villagers survive. And so we're going to go ahead and go for it because it's fairly consistent. I actually haven't had an instance where I failed because of it. So, as you can see, the meter's starting to drain. Oh, and the Berserker here is being a butt. And we got him. Unfortunately, we lost another villager. But, thankfully, I think if you get a certain distance away, they despawn. So, you don't actually have to worry about it. And then we're just busting through the debris and not getting hit by these guys. So these armored Urukai, their jump attack works essentially as the lunge attack from the other Uruks, and it will knock you down. So I have to try and play it smart and safe when going up against these armored Urukai. Sick, we got into perfect mode here. That is extremely helpful because then we can just essentially kill that Berserker in one shot. And if we couldn't kill that Berserker in one shot, the meter would basically drain and we would be left in a state of sadness. So this fight, this poor couple here gets caught in the middle of this skirmish, and this one Urukai takes advantage of it and throws them into a burning building, and there's going to be a secondary meter that shows up under our villager meter. And if that meter drains, then we fail the level no matter what our meter is at. So we can take this fight in a couple of different forms. We can either just rush and free the couple from the fire and save them. But I'd like to kill all of the other enemies first. And as you can see, that was an insane fight. Like, I've never seen one that good in a long time. So, that was incredible. And then we got a lot of EXP in that level because we got a lot of perfects. So, we're level 8, which is actually the last level that we unlock abilities. And we're getting a Isildur's Judgment, Wrath of Numenor, and Gondor Bow. So, now we have all of the abilities that are necessary in order to just finish the run. We don't have to worry about EXP at all anymore. So, this level is Westfold. This level is scary for speedrunners because I only bought one health upgrade, and because I wanted to go fast. And so, there's explosives, and they can do a lot of damage if we tank them. So, yeah.
I like the watch out for the explosive. Immediately shoots them.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm gonna speak up and let Zojalex focus because this area is one of those levels that can be a run-ender due to all of these explosives. So there is these Uruks that are carrying explosive barrels on their back that will want to come cuddle Zoj as he makes his way through it. And one of the biggest tricks that we have to negate them cuddling us is Ranger's Fury. Because when we swing that attack, we get immunity frames for a short time. So we can use that to exploit them. So they will still blow up on us, but we won't take the damage or get knocked back because of them. And this area can be so painful because you can get locked on enemies, they can trap you, you can get hit, and can get blown up very, very easily. However, Zoj is running through this very cleanly for the most part.
Smooth. Oh my gosh.
Like, that was very, very clean. So now he is through the main part of the town, so he has a significantly less chance of dying at this point, and he will use the trick of water hopping to hug this right side of the lake and hop across and get to this little island over there, a little piece of land, so he can run at full speed. Now, all of these enemies, we don't care about them because the only thing we need to do is to trigger the explosives to end this level.
Yep. And I'm seeing a question in chat on speedruns being allowed on emulator. For this game specifically, we do allow speedrun emulator runs up until a specific point in time. And I think it's sub 55 for Aragorn. Each category is very different because this game is actually pretty cheap to get. I've bought 3 copies of this game basically. And between all 3 copies, I've still spent under $30. And so we allow emulators for people to gauge their interest and see if it's something that they would maybe want to try out. And if they feel like they want to put their time and commitment into it, such as getting a sub 55, we should be able to allow them. We should require them to then buy actual hardware, which is what we end up doing.
So, as he said, for Aragorn, it is 55, sub 55, like anything below 55 minutes. We require actual hardware. But if you want to test the game, don't know anything about it, or besides this run, then feel free to use emulator and play it. And do your runs. But as he's saying, like, I have personally bought a copy of this game for both GameCube and Xbox, and which GameCube is the primary one for speedrunning. However, I bought them both for under $10. Although looking at recently at game stores, this game is currently going for, I want to say, around $13. So it has gone up in price a little bit, but it's still cheap enough to the point where it is easily accessible. The only hard part is requiring a Wii or GameCube, since those are steadily going up in price as well.
Probably explain the strat that just happened. So, what I did in that fight, since we got on a wonderful rabbit trail about the price of the game, is when fighting Sharku, if you hit him when he's got his hind legs up, you knock him down, and that's when you can actually do damage. And I positioned myself in the right spot by his leg and did a Wrath of Numenor in order to hit him with the initial swing, and then as my sword was coming back around, the hitbox activated again, thus getting a slight little bit more damage and allowing for a one-shot. That trick was actually... Funny story about that trick is... that trick was something that was used a lot by OG runners, such as Blackpod and Red Stalker, strats, like people who ran the game long before I did. And when I started picking up the game and was starting to become in contention for world record, then Red Stalker came back into our Discord and was like, "Hey, you guys forgot about this," and we were like, "Oh, we should probably start incorporating that because that's going to save us about 5-6 seconds." So it was really nice. This level sucks. This is Deeping Wall, and what it is it is unfortunately it is 8 minutes of running around and kicking down ladders. We want to avoid killing as many enemies as possible and just hope and pray that our elven companions and Gimli will kill all of the enemies. As you can see up in the top right corner, there's a map for which ladders are spawning and how overrun the wall is. I've got a little blue, which means there's some enemies, but I'm not in danger of the wall being overran. If the meter gets into red, I should probably start getting scared. And then the dots on there as locations as to where the ladders are. And we have tried many different ways to try and make this go faster. And we have not been able to find anything other than I accidentally skipped a level and have not been able to recreate it. We had a glitch hunter who was messing with it, and he was able to successfully skip a level twice in 4 hours. We don't know what makes it happen, and we would love to see that happen because then we could skip this level as well as the prologue and get this to, yeah, the very first level with the seal door. That was what happened. I was just like, I was just playing the game, doing runs, casually messing up, trying to get a world record because I had lost it at a time. And then all of a sudden, I went to skip the intro cutscene, and the next thing I knew, the level didn't show up, but the end cutscene for the level did. And I had just saved 3.5 minutes. No explanation for it. It just happened. And still have not been able to make it consistent, and this was found about 2 years ago. It's been the biggest thing that we have been... It's been the biggest confusion because we don't know if it's a memory leak or if it's what causes it. No idea. So, yeah. This would actually be a really good time since we're not doing any charity thing. Normally this would be a huge time for a lot of donations. But I'm going to go ahead and just sell this game to people. So this game is a great game to pick up speedrunning, especially if you've never speedrun a game before. It's really simple to just pick up and do. Some of these strats you're probably like, oh my gosh, how could I ever do these things? The Charcut strat that I one-shot that boss, it's a super easy strat, super forgiving. And I have a tutorial for this category out, as well as notes for upgrades. It's really accessible to get into this speedrun. You can do it on an emulator to get started, and it's a great game to try out. It's got a lot of just... For me, I don't know. This was my childhood game. I played this game played through this game probably 30 times before I even started speedrunning. And so to be able to speedrun it and continue to enjoy it, it's just a huge pog for me. But yeah, we have a Discord that's super active. We also have, within the last few months, picked up a race time page, and we do a lot of community races between myself, Bloody Lifetime, who's here on commentary, as well as another runner in chat. His name is Rylan Hand. And the three of us race all the time. We haven't recently just because of life schedules. But yeah, this game is just, it's incredible. And yeah, we have a really awesome community. We're all really helpful. We love helping out new people. We love being able to just ask, if you can literally ask any question about the game, and it's either something that we don't know the answer to and we're willing to work together to find the answer, or we're very willing to help you out. Especially too, because we have the community that we do have. Even when records get broken, it is definitely a motivator. Like, Rylan is an insane runner, just recently beat my Legolas world record. But he's an insane runner, and we're constantly cheering each other on to just keep pushing this game. And there's another runner who I'm going to shout out who's not in chat, but has also just been was my original rival when I picked up this game at the end of 2017, and that runner is 7Swagmuffin7. He's been wanting to come back, but life has just been really, really hectic for him. But him and I traded the record back and forth for years, and then Rylan came in, and now him and I are trading the record back off. And we're just always finding more and more things about this game that just continues to help us keep going. We find small things here and there, but then and every single runner that we have in this like active runner that we have right now has found something. Bloody Lifetime found a safer way to fight trolls in Fangorn Forest. Rylan found a dope like 15-second cutscene cutscene skip in the last level of the run that is super difficult to do as Aragorn, but really simple to do as Legolas. And then I've found a bunch of different like random stuff here and there. I've also developed a lot of like I was the initial risk taker before we bought every single health upgrade, and then I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna risk it. I'm only gonna buy one and see what happens. And it worked out, saving us again 10,000 EXP between all of the levels. And so it's a really accessible game. I don't know. We're small. We are a small community, but we just absolutely love having more people. So definitely recommend picking this game up and joining us in our community of people who like to destroy the ring faster than Peter Jackson could ever do in 3 movies.
And I do want to bring up the fact that he is saying that this game is very fast to learn. I picked up this game in January of this year for the first time with the help of Zojulix here, you know, teaching me the game. And I think within the first 2 weeks, I was very close to a sub 55.
Yeah.
And like, I think it was a 55.06 within the first 2 weeks. And sure, that's still 5 minutes away from world, like where almost 6 minutes, 5.5 away from where Zojulix and Rylan have pushed the world record to back and forth at this point. But to get to a point where I can actively see that I am improving every single time that I touch the game, it was really comforting. Because, as y'all saw, for those that were here, Shadow of Mordor, it could be rough.
Yeah. And so now we're into this level. This level, we've talked about a lot of run killers throughout the game, but this one, no matter how much you, how good you've had a run, this level is where all runs go to die. And that is because this level, whereas the last level was 8 minutes of running around kicking down ladders, this level is 8 minutes of running around and killing enemies. And it looks like it's pretty simple right now. But that's because, well, now our shield boys have spawned, and they're here to give us a hard time in life. And, wow, okay, they behave
You took care of that
very
really
well.
well.
What is happening? They never behave this well.
They do not.
And so what happens is we have to kill enemies quickly, and that can be really hard to do because enemy AI is unpredictable, as you can see. And so this whole level, because at least from what we've been able to gather, they spawn 100% consistently, but they obviously will not behave. They all behave based on different factors. And so you're pretty much having to improvise your combat in order to in order to do this level well. And I've spent a lot of time practicing this level to then pretty much realize that it's good to practice just to get better at your basic combat abilities in this game. But for the most part, it's just like if this level is gonna be nice to you, you're gonna do well on it, and if the game's not gonna be nice to you, you are probably gonna lose a lot of runs. And my current world record, which is 49:38, had a 7 minute and 29 second for this level, and that is absolutely insane. The average breached wall of completed runs is about 8 minutes. So to get one that was sub 7:30 in a run is like extraordinarily rare. And I got it while I was racing Bloody Lifetime, actually. So you're going to be seeing me do a lot of different random variations. For the most part, I'm going to be trying to get into perfect mode, just so that way, as you can see, I can just one-shot a lot of enemies with my bow. And that's kind of what I'm hoping to do here, is just kill enemies quickly. And then any of them that get past, well, yeah, just using the Isildur's Judgment, which I actually haven't explained why we use Judgment over Swift Terror. So Swift Terror in this run is AAY, and Judgment in this run is YYXY. And the reason why, haha, get it? Why? Oh, sorry, that was a terrible joke. Is better of a ability to use is because doing Y and Y will allow us to break enemy shields and knock them down and get into perfect mode a lot easier than Swift Terror does.
Yeah, because when Swift Terror doesn't break shields, so it will just, the AA attacks, the quick attacks, will just block, being blocked by the shields. Well, with Isildur Swift Terror, you do 2 heavy attacks into a kick, which can also stagger enemies into your super heavy attack that will put you into perfect mode a lot of the time. Like versus enemies without shields, it can sometimes be better to use Swift Terror simply because it is faster. But it fully just depends on the situation that is at hand. So right now, he had hordes with a couple berserkers coming at him, and now he has a troll about to come out after him. Once he kills the troll, the catapult will spawn with several more enemies to deal with. Do you want me to explain the catapult fight?
Explain catapult. I need to focus for it.
Okay. So the way catapult fight works is, one, you have this captain, you have archers, you have shield guys, and you have normal Urukai throughout. The idea is to get through them and get to the catapult, where you use your Wrath of Numenor, also known as Ranger's Fury, but upgraded, since he didn't touch on that earlier, to break the panels of the catapult. The catapult, it takes 3 hits on each side to break the paneling. However, if you manage to get into perfect mode, it only takes 1 hit on the paneling, and you can break 2 on one side at the same time. So as you can see here, he's getting into perfect mode, and he's going to line up just in the right spot, and he's going to break 2 of the panels at once, and he's going to try, while still in perfect mode, to do the other side. But he is going to get hit by archers and get body blocked into fire by the Urukai on him, and it's going to kill him. And you know how we said where all runs die? I want to point out that he was doing insanely well, but that is an 8-minute time loss on that death. I want to point out that, and I know Zojalix doesn't want to hear this, but he was fairly close to world record pace.
Yeah, I saw what pace I was on, and I was like, no way.
He was right on world record pace, and it would have been decided by the last level if he was able to get that there.
And honestly, like for that occurring, unfortunately, is a lot more common than you would think. Getting whacked around into fire and constantly taking damage from fire, it's brutal. This game can be very unforgiving. And like, yeah, it's rough, but you know what? That's why I give it a 1 hour estimate, because even if I die the way that I am for time, since I'm able to consistently do pretty well in this game, even with that 8-minute time loss, I'm still sitting pretty well to be underestimate. Yeah, that sucks to lose the potential world record in a marathon, but I'm not gonna lie, that takes a lot of pressure off me now because I realized what pace I was on, and I kind
I
of
was
noticed
really
little
hoping you
tidbits
didn't
here and
notice.
there. Uh, yeah, no, I had a timer running on my end in case it desynced. I wasn't running with splits, thinking I would not be able to know what pace I was on, and then I figured it out because I looked and saw I was at a 41 minute going into, or like 41 minutes or whatever for this level, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. There's no way that I could potentially be on not just a world record pace, but a 48 pace, which had never happened before.
Yeah,
So,
so he would have been
yeah, that was
saving
the
like
killer,
40
but
seconds there off
that's
world record had everything gone according to plan. And also knowing his movements and having watched Zoe July in our own races, his catapult fight up to where he died was incredibly fast as well.
so good. I was like, there's no way I'm having this good of a catapult fight right now.
Well,
You're
so
right. There
And
is no way.
you know the positive spin on that, right, Zojalix? Now you know that
we're,
type of pace is possible.
yes, that's exactly what I was
So
thinking. I'm
that just
like, oh
means
my
like
god.
target for the
Except
future, you know?
he's had
Yeah,
that
oh yeah.
pace
No,
multiple
I'm
times before.
probably 48. We were looking with the current strats that we have available. 48 is looking like it's gonna be the last major minute barrier broken without just sitting in hoping and praying you can get perfect RNG. So, like, to know that I was that close, I was really happy. And to be able to play this well still after, I don't even remember when the last time I was able to really pick up this game before, other than my warm-up. To be able to still play this well, I'm really happy with, because this was, in a way, a de-rust for me. It had been a couple of weeks at a minimum since I had last played.
It'd been closer to a month. I think it was the last time that me, you, and Riley had done races.
Oh, it would have been closer to a month. Dang.
Yeah.
But still, after not really touching the game and to be able to pull out this kind of a pace, I'm beyond happy with it. And I will take it for a marathon run any day. It's like, go through and take out the death from this run. I'm sure Rylan will be able to know what my time would have been at the end of the next level. But to be able to take out it, like, if I were to just say, hey, if I didn't die, this would be my pace, I'd be like, okay, then I know that something big is going to happen soon, and I just need to get right back onto grinding and be able to put that pace together.
Yeah, which Rylan was saying that you were 30 seconds ahead of world record when you died.
Oh my gosh. 30 seconds ahead, and still had quite a bit of time to save in Hornburg Courtyard. So to get that in a marathon, 100% okay with. This will be looking like it'll be, I'm trying to think.
At a 40
probably,
or 56.
Yeah, looking about a 56, 57 pending Hornburg Courtyard. And again, that with the death, 100% okay with. A lot of times I would give an hour estimate and then I'd have the death and I'd be like, well, now I'm probably going to go over estimate. But now knowing that with the death, I can still be underestimate, that makes me really happy.
And yeah, I will say, to the person that commented this, yeah, maybe someday we'll figure out the level skips, and actually be able to use that. I'm not sure how that will affect the runs, and if it will, like, if we can do it consistently, if it will create a rift in the category changes. Because if
Would
we
warrant
find,
the category split is probably what we would do.
yeah,
Depending on the nature of level skips, we really don't know how it will totally affect the run until we get level skips.
yeah. Which the only thing we've really been able to do so far is skipping prologue. Which, even if we were able to do that consistently, I think that would not change the run since it's just prologue, and we wouldn't do a change in leaderboard. However, if it was something where you could skip multiple levels, then we would kind of be inclined to. But we will never know until we find out if we're able to do it.
Got 3 in 1!
What?
What?
You just one-hit it.
No! How?
Are you kidding me? What was that?
Well, remember you said about barring finding anything new? There you go.
We need to lab that.
Oh my! Please, somebody in chat, please clip that.
Yeah,
That has
please do.
never happened before in the history of this game. That was insane.
How did you hit all 3 at once, man?
No.
Hey, you know what? I'll take your death just so we can potentially find a new strat.
Yeah, I ain't even mad. I wasn't even mad in the first place, but now
I know you
that was awesome.
So usually what we
Also,
have to
I'm
do is
sorry for like anybody who I blew their ears out with me
No,
yelling.
you were good. You were good.
so for anyone wondering what just happened, like, let me break it down. Usually we go to the corner and we can hit 2 at once, and then we have to run to the other side to break the last one. But he just hit all 3 panels of the catapult in one hit, and we have no idea how it just happened.
I put a clip
We
of
don't
it
know
in
if
the Discord channel for you, Zodrelix.
I'm
thank
gonna
you
look
so
at it
much.
right now.
Alright, so this level is very similar to Balin's Tomb. It's killing enemies, and dang. I wish that we did have better TTV going, because I have an emote on my channel. Because in this moment, literally the whole time, what we're doing is killing enemies and hoping that a cutscene plays that will have Legolas spawn. Because that's how this part of the level works. And in my runs, I call this Feels Legolas Man, because there is a better TTV emote that is called Feels Legolas Man. And it's amazing emote because it's Pepe with luscious blonde elvish hair. And I would love to see that spammed in my chat whenever I'm doing runs. So, yeah. So now we're going to go save Legolas. We're going to try it for the cutscene skip, but it's really difficult. I need to set this guy on fire. Ah, shoot. Okay. Yep. So the way that the cutscene skip would work is we would knock him down, set him on fire, but not kill him, allowing us to be able to run past the cutscene trigger before the cutscene actually plays. But, unfortunately, didn't get it, but that's fine. Because it's super difficult to do as Aragorn.
So someone else mentioned this, and it's also something I'm thinking. But whenever you did your attack on the 3, you kind of spun forward in a way. And I don't know if that, when you spun, it gave you like a little bit of extra reach or something.
Maybe.
You could also
So
just do
I'm
like
gonna
a
have to
precise
look-
position you were
perfect
standing
spot.
in, where you like barely tagged the 3rd one or something like that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to listen here because I need to hear an audio cue because I didn't turn subtitles on, which I need to start doing because Ryland's smart and figured out that the audio cue no longer becomes an audio cue when you have subtitles on. But I need to listen for a guard yell "Archers on the wall." that will let me know that the level is advanced more.
So chat, be quiet.
Oh, we got it.
All right.
And so we're gonna run up here, and there are these archers. We're gonna kill them. There's 9 of them. And you'll know that you killed them all because Gimli yells Aragorn. And then now we're just going to be killing more enemies until trolls spawn. And when trolls spawn, that would be the time to get ready on time.
Okay.
Because that will be then near the end of the run.
Yeah, so the run ends whenever the second troll dies and that cutscene pops up.
I got the berserkers that fly randomly.
And when that comes up, I will try and assist on calling time. Watching, since he'll probably be more focused on killing them. So the trolls are finally spawning, and that was a very fast interlude between archers on the wall and trolls.
And time. Wow, 55-35. Oh my gosh, would that have been a 48?
Oh my god, it would have.
Bro.
Mordor courtyard was insane. Okay, we need to go. By the way, Zoj.
Yeah.
Depending on how long you took on that second time through, there, if you took 8 minutes, which is your average, you would have a 47.
They don't have a 47?
Well, especially with the one shot on the catapult, right?
Through. Yeah. Well, I'm not. Well, hitting the catapult probably saving a lot of time, but that's if it was the average of 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Because your Hornburg courtyard was insane.
You've got to be kidding me.
But you probably didn't take a full 8 minutes on the second time through due to the catapult skip. So,
oh my god!
It would have been a 48.
We've got new goals to reach for, and the speed run.
That was a godly run. I could not ask, honestly, other than that death, I could not have asked for a better run.
Yeah, like, you showed the game really well. You found a new skip.
Yeah, and every single strat that I went for, other than the cutscene skip, I got, and so could not have been happier. Like, even with the death, beyond happy. Will a new record drop tomorrow? Probably not, because I have to work. But I will definitely be grinding this game a lot. If you guys enjoyed this run, please feel free to follow me, Bloody Lifetime, and Ryland Hand on Twitch. These 3 guys do the run a lot. And I unfortunately am not able to stream runs at home due to my internet situation, but I will probably try and figure something out so that way I can do some streams, because I absolutely love this game. And yes, I do play Return of the King. In fact, I will be playing that next in a co-op run here. So yeah, a couple quick shout-outs. Shout-outs to my mom, because I love my mom, and if it weren't for her, I wouldn't be here, and I mean that both literally and figuratively. So I'm literally, like, my mom is my biggest fan, and I absolutely love her. And so thanks, Mom, for everything. Shout outs to the rest of the Lord of the Rings community. Thank you, Bloody Lifetime, for joining me on commentary, and congratulations on your Shadow of Mordor run. That was awesome. And shout outs to Ryland Hand, another godlike runner. Shout outs to 7 Swag Muffin 7, my OG runner. And my OG rival. You're awesome, and I miss having you around, so come back, please. Other shout outs to my homeboys out at Midwest Speed Fest. We've got Midwest Speed Fest 2021 coming this August. Super excited for that. That'll actually be a live marathon, and I cannot be more excited just to be there, even if I don't get a run accepted. So yeah, I think I've got all my shout outs done. So I'll turn it back over to you, Railgun.
All right. Thanks for doing that run for us. Like Zojalik mentioned, we do have one more run coming up tonight in our Lord of the Rings showcase. It'll be Return of the King co-op with hopefully Slade. Is he awake right now? Trying to peek around Zojalik's shoulder right now.
He got him. He's gone.
Oh, he's gone?
He's gone.
He just left in the middle of the run and I didn't notice. Okay. So
we all missed that.
We were distracted because you were on a god run.
He's here. Wait, he popped up in the back. What the heck?
Yeah, I just saw him move.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he's there. So we're going to take a few minutes. We're going to get prepped for that. Slade's got to finish waking up, I guess. And then we've got the Zojalix and Slade will be doing a co-op run of Return of the King. So stay with us for just a few minutes and we'll be back with that. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We just finished our Two Towers speedrun by Zojalix, and now Zojalix is being joined by Slade, who is going to be joining us here for the co-op run. I don't know why your name is not displaying. I'll get that fixed up in a second once the run starts. But Slade, why don't you say hello, introduce yourselves to all the fine folks who watched the previous runs.
They haven't heard me yet. No, they haven't, because you were napping during my last run. Hi. Oh, I hit something. You just started it. You're good. Oh, okay. Hi, my name's Slade425, or just Slade if you don't want to remember all that. I'm best friends with this guy here. And you guys remember me, I'm Zojalix. Yeah. Just came from a Two Tower. Well, if you guys didn't watch the Two Towers run, you just do. No, you just messed up. Oh, okay. Anyway, so yeah, I'm relatively new to the speedrunning community here. I basically started about, what, a year ago? Something like that. I literally was like, hey, Slade, I love the Return of the King game, and it's got co-op, and you're running it with me. And he was just sort of like, okay. Yeah, that's pretty much how it went. So, yeah, so we're getting into this first level. The timing will start when we gain control. So I will say go when we gain control.
All right.
So, yeah, we're going to be running Return of the King co-op. This is obviously the sequel to the Two Towers, and it features, rather than only featuring the first three characters, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli, this run will feature Aragorn, Legolas. Well, this game features Aragorn, Legolas, Gimli, Gandalf, Sam, Merry, Pippin, Frodo, and Faramir. However, the only characters you're going to be seeing us play are going to be Legolas and Gandalf. Because of a broken glitch in this game. Yeah, and we set it up already. That's kind of why we were going back and forth, and I told him that he messed it up. You will explain, you'll see why in just a second here. But yeah, so where Two Towers covers the events of Fellowship of the Ring and Two Towers, this game will cover the events of the Return of the King. So we're going to be starting here in the first level with the Paths of the Dead. And it's a spoopy level. And it's not the worst level. No, it's spoopy because ghosts. That's why it's spoopy. Yes. It's Halloween in June. So
Summerween?
Yeah. Yeah, Summerween.
You get that reference? Huh? No?
I did not. If there was a reference, I missed it. I apologize.
Well, it's okay. Summerween's tomorrow anyway.
Okay. So timing will start here in just a little bit.
Malice lies heavy in the air.
And go. Alright, so welcome to the Paths of the Dead. We've got Aragorn, Legolas, and Gandalf. Gandalf, as you probably all know, is not supposed to be here. We'll explain that later. So, how in Two Towers we had water hopping, in Return of the King we've got fog hopping, which I am failing at right now. How am I doing better than you? We don't talk about that. No, we'll talk about it later.
Got both of your names on screen now.
Alright, and so I'm getting whacked by ghosts. And this game is actually very, very different than the Two Towers. So what we're going to be doing here is we have this first ghost fight. And I'm going to be activating what's called Devastating Mode. And what hopefully that will do is rather than have our funky combos to help me get into perfect mode, I used devastating mode, which unfortunately I didn't get enough hits in at my level 1 state. So this fight ended up being a little sloppy, but it's okay. It happens. And then we just fog hop through this level, which for some reason Legolas has a much faster fog hop than Gandalf. Don't know why character fog hop speed is different. And Slade's getting stuck. I'm trying to cover him, but apparently this tomb is blocking my shots.
So
you grab the
Zojulix, you're playing Legolas?
Yes, I am a
Gandalf?
Legolas. And, yep, correct.
That'll be how it is for the entire game.
And so we're just going to be running through, avoiding enemies, because if we get...
Don't dare take that health.
No, you're going to grab it. I told you you're grabbing it. And because Slade and I banter constantly, you're going to be hearing that a lot. Health is off to the left.
So when you have a free moment, how does the character selection glitch you mentioned work?
So...
We'll explain that when it happens.
Oh, you didn't even grab the health. So
or now.
So the character selection glitch, since it was asked, is when we're in our character selection screen, if I flick to a direction as well as hit the A button, select my character at the same exact time, confuse the game, and it will be like, hey, you selected this character and moved over at the same time. Which character? We don't actually know what character you want to play, so it slides it over. And then when Slade goes to select his character, even though he's hovering over Gimli, the game thinks he's hovered over Gandalf, even though he technically should be a locked character. And that allows for us to be able to play as Legolas and Gandalf throughout the run, even though Gandalf should not be playable at this point in the game. And you'll kind of see how it happens when we go into our next level. It's hard to really showcase at the very beginning of the run because of the fact that the time doesn't start until we gain control. So, Alright, so we're just going to come up here, do this next fight. Hopefully this time I will be able to actually do devastating mode strats.
Oh, come on.
Well, and I got into perfect mode, so now I can just sit here and take shots. Actually, I shouldn't do that because I need to save my arrows for the bridge fight.
Yeah, come on.
And then we're going to fight this captain here. Captains have health bars, but just with a couple shots and Slade whacking him, he dies really fast. Makes pretty smooth work. The nice part about this game is enemies, because we're playing co-op, enemies will die a lot easier than they would in single player. So we have to wait for the statue to fall. We're just killing some enemies here just to get some EXP, because we actually don't have to worry about how many enemies we kill in this game as we would in Two Towers. In Two Towers, we have to watch how many enemies we kill for the enemy scroll speed, but in this game, it is the same no matter what. Alright, go. And don't die.
Ooh, it's gonna be close for me.
Oh, okay, that was rough. So, Slade died. And that happens a lot, unfortunately, because enemies hit for a lot of damage, and I think we're just going to play it safe and buy more health upgrades than we normally would in the run, just for marathon safety. But, yeah. So, we're going to kind of have to be watching to make sure that we're allowed one respawn for all levels except for Shelob's Lair. Shelob's Lair gives us 2.
Which is great.
Because Shelob's Lair is a miserable level.
It is terrible. Especially when you're the hobbits.
Yeah. So now we're into this fight. This is the last fight in this level, and this is 35 ghosts. And it's exactly what it sounds like. We're going to be fighting 35 ghosts.
I missed. What the?
And how this works is we each take a side and we just keep killing ghosts.
Get out of the
I
way.
went into devastating mode so that way I could get perfect mode and get a lot of EXP. So that is super nice to have, and then I can just literally sit here and shoot the rest of the enemies and give Slade some cover if he needs it.
So how's the EXP
but now
work? Do
we
you
just
share EXP? Like, do both of you like contribute toward a total EXP pool at the end of each level, or do you have an individual EXP?
We contribute to a total pool at the end, but we level up separately, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
So as you can see right above the health bars, we have our set EXP. and depending on how many kills, which you can also see there is a kill counter next to our health bars, so we can keep track of who has the most kills. And if you guys would like to in chat, keep tabs on who has the most kills at the end of every single level.
Spoiler alert, it will be Zojulix.
You can do that. It's kind of an extra way to add some fun. Sorry, just getting a sip of root beer. And so we each have separate level abilities, level up markers that we have to hit, but at the very end, all of our EXP combines into one pool that we can then use to upgrade our abilities. Because there are actually two separate ways you can upgrade abilities in this run. And that is, you can buy the base ability for a character, or you can buy it as a fellowship upgrade. And a fellowship upgrade is it's a higher cost, but it gives the entire upgrade, gives the upgrade to every single character, thus making it like a super upgrade in a way, because then every single character gets it, and you don't have to worry about having to buy it individually for every single character.
So 33.
And throughout the whole time that our kills are being tallied here, we can't skip it, make it go any faster. But we're mashing through our text here. We're mashing A because if for some reason we get lucky while mashing, we can actually skip a screen where it kind of does like an end level comparison.
Yes,
This
it would
this
skip
screen.
this.
Yeah. We have no idea what makes it happen. It just kind of happens. And this is kind of a way that it compares to see if you want to see who won and who didn't. So we're seeing 33-19 so far. Nice to know that. And I'm going to be buying a few upgrades, and then you're actually going to buy... Oh, no. Yeah, you can't buy anything. Never mind. We don't have enough. So I bought a bow upgrade for myself, and then I also bought Fellowship or Cure, which is essentially... it is Isildur Swift Terror, the AAY ability, and we bought it for the Fellowship. So now everybody can use it once they hit level 2. And right there, you just saw me do the character wheel glitch. Even though I selected Legolas, the game hovered me over to Gimli. That's how the character select glitch works, thus allowing now Slade to select Gimli, but the game thinks he's playing as Gandalf. Now you're probably wondering, why is it that when I character select glitch, it doesn't think I'm Legolas selecting Gimli? That is an excellent question that we have absolutely no idea why it just works.
It's
I think
complicated. We explain later, but we can't.
I think it registers the A input of the select and then the switch. At least that's what my thought is. So here's the King of the Dead. He's our first major boss. And we're going to be fighting him, obviously. And he has quite a couple main strats that we do, and Slade aggroed all these enemies. You got too close.
Oh.
And we want to kill these guys and run back, so that way he doesn't spawn right there, but he did, but that's fine. So, ooh, that stagger was very much needed, because then we drop him to the next phase really quickly. And then just each phase is triggered by certain health markers, and then he spawns in additional enemies, and we kill the additional enemies, and then, oh, I got shot. And then when we kill the individual enemies, the additional enemies, it then gets him into where we can do damage to unicorn. I did make him a unicorn. The King of the Dead is actually a unicorn. It's canon. Do not try and tell me otherwise. So here's where we're going to go for the kill. I'm going to activate Devastating Mode and start shooting him. And we got him. That is extremely tight timing in order to get that kill. So to get it there is really nice.
Wait, should probably power shot. Last power shot got him.
So what does it take to like activate that devastating mode? How often can you do that?
So I push LNR to activate Devastating Mode, and then Devastating Mode has a cooldown. You'll notice around Legolas's portrait, the portrait will fill, and when the portrait fills with this like white, the Devastating Mode runs out, and then it will slowly, the white will drain, going back counterclockwise.
Okay.
And when it drains again, then we can use it again. Otherwise, it'd just be extraordinarily overpowered, and you could just be mashing into devastating mode constantly, and then life just doesn't make sense. So yeah, now this is what we call run, and this segment is we run away from the falling rocks, and we fight enemies. And when we're in fights, the rocks stop falling, but when we are not fighting enemies, the rocks fall, and if we take too long to run, then we die. Luckily, this game has a checkpoint at the beginning of this area, so that way if we do die, we just have to start the falling rock section over, and saving us a lot. It's a much less of a time loss than if we didn't do that. Though this game can sometimes be unforgiving with checkpoints in co-op versus single player, which is why we're just going to try and avoid major deaths if possible. And then, okay, so I'm focusing on the shield guys here, except one got away from me, and then Blade killed him, and now the other guy is just chilling in the back. Ow! Die. Okay, we got him. And we're just going to be finishing off all these other enemies, so that way we can advance the fight. And more shield guys spawn, so I'm once again going to try and take them out. And I shot him, so now we can run.
Notice Gandalf's high knees as he runs down a hill.
Yep, Gandalf
So
is
funny.
the high knee master. And also, this level cuts out a lot of... We're just doing the Paths of the Dead backwards, but it actually... How? You're facing the wrong direction, my guy.
Shut up.
Yeah, I need to make sure I grab the greenhouse there. Cool. And then, yeah, so... what was I saying? Oh yeah, the game cuts out a lot of the fog hopping that you would normally do. Oh gosh, my health again. There's a shield guy here. Oh good, I got lucky with the health drop. It takes out the big chunks of fog hopping because the game reduces you to a walk, and rather than just make you suffer and walk through the fog, it's just like, we're just gonna cut it out. And so thank you to the developers for doing that. From both a speedrunner and casual perspective. And so now we're going to have 3 captains spawn as we just took out that really big horde. And I shoot them because that's just easier for me to do. It really depends on which character you're playing as. And then
They
there
just
we go.
leave Gandalf behind.
So yeah, also I'm noticing in chat that people are recognizing us from an online Lord of the Rings run. Yes, we have done a War in the North run before for other marathons. And I'm seeing the recognized because Slade disconnecting. So yes. And
Of course you're bad.
so yeah, Slade, I literally dragged Slade around on so many co-op runs. We've run this, we've run War in the North together. You dragged me into TCS, actually.
That's true, I did.
TCS was your idea. So we also run LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga, as well as we ran
Most Lego games are my
LEGO Batman. Yeah, as well as we ran LEGO Batman 2, and then we've also ran LEGO Lord of the Rings.
My boss would approve of the Lego speedruns. I just need you to know that.
LEGO Lord of the Rings, we're gonna take a look at it, but it's freaking broken as a speedrun. Yes, we did. So I'm gonna go ahead and buy. I should have. Whatever. Actually, no. You need to buy Wizard's Power and Light of the Pilgrim.
Gotcha.
And then I didn't buy Rising Revenge, but it's fine because we don't actually really get knocked down in Southern Gate, so we can buy it after Southern Gate.
You told me it's
I like
important,
that
so I'm
combo,
tracking the
Slade
totals in
President.
chat.
I like that.
Oh, cool. Slade for president? Who's thought that was a good idea?
I don't know, but they clearly don't know me.
Cool, 66 to 42 in the second one. Dang.
Well, that's
That's
the
a
total.
lot of kills.
There's 33
Total?
to 23
Okay,
in the
okay.
second one, but total is 66 to 42.
Any plans for Lego Pirates of the Caribbean?
No.
We need to play it casually first. I haven't actually played through it
Neither
casually.
have I.
I do own it, but I wanna. Slade and I are probably gonna play through it casually first. So, Southern Gate. It's a pretty simple level. We're just gonna, really short. We're just gonna walk right up through to the end. Nothing really that big of a deal. And oh, look, a troll. And now look at this. There are enemies everywhere. Oh yeah, and the troll's dead. Spears one-shot trolls. The game is nice to us, and spears one-shot literally anything.
Amazing.
And then, ow. So yeah, as you can see, this level is a chaotic mess. So we're going to be, just, again, we blowing up Gondor's fortress so that way we can get up top and open the gate.
Yep.
And then, ow. So yeah, as you can see, there's a massive horde of enemies. We actually have a category extension on the leaderboard that is called Southern Gate Genocide, which is where you play the Southern Gate level. You can be any character, any level, however you think is best, and you have to kill every single enemy. It's super ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, get out of my way.
I remember having to retry this level multiple times when I played it co-op with my friends.
Yeah,
We were
and
not good at it.
Casually, I always played this level.
Aragorn, get out of the way!
Oh my gosh, Aragorn.
Aragorn, get out of the way!
Please! Aragorn, what are you doing?
Oh,
Never happened!
that's never happened before a moment. Ooh, I'm in perfect mode. I have said the thing. Oh my gosh, my perfect mode. Okay, we're good. So we killed the troll. Pretty simple. That troll never goes over to that corner where we're at, and we're both looking a little rough.
Yeah.
So in this part of the level, after we kill the troll, is now, look! Boom! It's an Olifant! Or a Mumakill, whatever you want to call it. It's really kind of up to you. It's a Mumakill. I'm being politically correct here. So I'm going to be killing...
Parry.
Yeah, I'm going to be killing enemies to try and get a health drop. And then now that I got my health drop, I'm going to still try and kill enemies here. And then I'm going to be dropping... Oh, don't kill him. Okay, we still killed him. Cool, you got a health drop. Sweet. We're going to drop the Mumakill. Takes 4 charge shots to kill it. Because charge shots and quick shots are still very much a thing in this. Which the quick shots in... The charge shots in this game charge up much faster than they do in Two Towers. Nice little quality of life thing. And I also just jacked the health from you.
Okay,
I
got
apologize. And I am now getting beat up at the gate.
Got him.
But it's fine. So we're gonna open the gate. We kind of had a funky camera angle here. It's not the most fun thing, but the gate is open. And I see that question in chat. No, we are not brothers.
Well, not physically.
Not physically.
That's
That's from another mother. And then,
I understand how you could confuse us as brothers.
and we're gonna drop these lava buckets because Gondor has lava buckets over their gate. And dropping the lava buckets will kill the squad of enemies that are just vibing out at the gate. Also, some of those kills registered as perfects, so that was cool.
For me or you?
It's just either or. And then now we're gonna try and just run to the end, and hopefully Slade doesn't die, or I don't die.
I'll be fine. I'll be
I think
fine.
those were perfects for Slade, because his meter was full.
Fine. Made it.
And we made it through. And Gandalf just says, "Okay, see you later."
I think those are perfects for
no,
Slade.
he doesn't want to come with. So now we're going to tally up more kills here. And before we go into another really difficult level, and that is Pelennor Fields. Pelennor Fields is a really difficult level because it's chaotic and it's got a really, really, really tough trick in it. So hopefully we're able to get it. I think I managed to get it fairly consistently now. So we had a we had a synchronized drink. I didn't even know this.
No one clip that, please.
Thanks, chat. Thank you, chat, for noticing that. And so, yeah, it's got a really difficult trick, and we're going to talk about that trick when we get it. I haven't skipped this, but it's fine. So we're at what, 88 to something?
88 to
excuse me.
59.
88 to
Yes,
59.
yeah,
Cool.
Rick
Okay,
Beard.
go. Scroll down, down. Fellowship right, down. Fellowship Rising Revenge.
Where is it? Where
Down.
is it?
What? Okay, confusion. Go. So some of our upgrading we kind of have to do on the fly because each game, each level has, because you get separate kills and stuff. You have no idea. You have to kind of watch your EXP as you're going through, which I did a poor job at noticing that in the beginning. But now we're going to be going into Pelennor Fields, which we're just going to be kind of vibing with this cutscene here for a bit. So, if you guys have any favorite Lord of the Rings moments from either movies or games, go ahead, or books even, go ahead and say them in chat. Me personally, my favorite Lord of the Rings moment from the movies will be in the Two Towers when Legolas surfs down the shield. I just love that intense moment. And how Legolas is just like, oh, yeah, I need to go help out my friends. How are we going to do that? With swag. And he just starts surfing down a set of stairs with an Uruk-hai shield while shooting enemies, and then he kicks the shield up into the Uruk-hai. And
I'm not surprised your favorite moment involves Legolas, though. Because you got a giant man crush on him.
you know what? My man crush on Legolas is, it's within reason.
Okay,
I mean,
fine, fair enough.
Legolas is a very pretty boy.
He is a very pretty boy. Gimli,
what?
When Gandalf dies, love it. My friends, you bow to no one. That is a wonderful moment.
Yes.
When Tom Bombadil puts on the ring, that's good. All
All
right, so here we are. We got to kill 60 enemies here to start off this level, and Slade's got a bubble. And he literally just needs to run around the bubble. He is invulnerable, and he just and his bubble does damage. Oh no. This is where Rising Revenge would have been nice to have because of these. Oh, ow. Ow, 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 ow. That is my sound effect.
Yeah, we got it a few times there.
And then, for the most part, though, I'm going to be trying to shoot enemies because when I do a fully charged shot, it's a one-shot. And so the more enemies I can kill this way, the better off our life will be. Same thing with Slade, but he's just running around. Cool, and an arrow drop, that's good. Ow. Oh, yeah, grab the... do that.
Oh my god.
Don't die.
Well, that might be a good idea.
And then we'll switch.
Ooh.
And this whole part can just be very RNG heavy, unfortunately. Okay, I'm gonna kill this captain here. And you grab his health that he drops. Because the nice part about captains is they always drop health. So it's really nice to kill them when we're in a situation like this one.
Carry for a second here.
Yeah, I'm a little in health.
I can't get to it.
Are you kidding me, game? He was on top of it. Alright.
Man, I gotta make this run with a little health.
Honestly thinking you might just take your death. Just like run up and get shot. That way while I'm shooting the Mumakil.
Ooh, that might work.
So we're gonna do a little death abuse here.
Where am I?
So you run over here. Yeah. I'm gonna stand right here. Hopefully.
Got him.
So he's gonna die, and while he's dead, I'm gonna be shooting the Mumakil. That way, when the Mumakil dies, he respawns. At full health. And so now we're gonna be running to the other side. And then what's gonna be happening is we're going to be, after we kill this Mumakil, we're going to be having to fight the Witch King. The Witch King is going to be soaring over Merry and Pippin and trying to kill them. Or not Merry and Pippin, Merry and Eowyn.
Yeah, Pippin in.
And he's going to be, and what we're going to be doing is while I'm in devastating mode, I'm going to be doing a or cure to put myself into perfect mode. And then once I'm in perfect mode, I didn't even shoot at the moon kill. I'm going to be then spamming charge shots. The whole time, Slade is going to be spamming quick shots to just be constantly doing damage. And I have to time it right. I'll tell you when to start shooting.
Okay.
And if we start shooting at the right time and we do everything that we need to be doing, we should be able to one cycle the Witch King.
The Witch King circles above. Attack him quickly.
So there's that, and go.
Drive them away. Ready.
And we did it. That is Witch King one cycle, because eventually that cutscene will close. Railcon, you have a very wholesome favorite movie moment, and that makes me really happy.
I was thinking about it because you took down the Oliphant with Legolas, and I was like, I just wrote in chat, somewhere in the background, Gimli just said, that still only counts as one!
I've seen that show up in so many moments throughout both runs, and it makes me really happy. So why is that death abuse? Because normally a death would be slow, but since we had to stay in that one spot anyways, for him to die, he's able to just die, respawn, and have full health without it actually being a time loss.
Yep.
Rather than, so, yeah. So that was Pelennor Fields. That actually went pretty well. All things considered.
Yeah, doesn't worse.
And this will now finish the bulk of the Path of the King. We have one more level in Path of the King, but we don't do that until after we complete Path of the Wizard, I'm pretty sure. I actually can't even remember the way that the levels unlock in this game anymore. And we're going to be going into Path of the Wizard, which is where we're going to be backing up and doing the beginning of the Battle of Minas Tirith. We're going to be starting off actually with with a post Two Towers event, which is the Fellowship going to Isengard, and which in single player it's only Gandalf, but because we're doing co-op, the game's like, hey, we'll let you do it. They actually give you Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli to use. So even if I fail the cutscene skip, I already got it. So you're good. So if we fail the cutscene skip, we don't have to worry about it because that's the worst way that I can fail the cutscene, the character wheel glitch.
That's not what you want.
Because that one, the game wants me to be Gimli. So now we're going to take the hobbits to Isengard. Yes. Don't shake your head at me like that.
You planned for that one though.
Actually, no, I got the idea from That's My Jam in chat because he said the hobbits are going into Isengard with a question mark. Well, so obviously I said what needed to be said.
Fair enough.
Somebody needed to say.
So, yeah, I really did. If it didn't show up at some point between this whole night, somebody was going to be doing something wrong. So, yeah, we're going to be doing the Battle of Isengard between the Ents, and this level can be very interesting, to say the least. I love all of the Taking the Hobbit to Isengard references in chat. This is making me so...
in my head now.
Same. You guys have been an awesome chat. I am really happy with this. Okay, Slade wants Skittles.
More bag of Skittles.
So,
American.
This level, yeah. How do I really explain this level? So this level has explosives, like we saw in Two Towers, but these ones insta-kill you. I learned that the hard way when I insta-killed Slade.
Oh, no.
A little too close. Blew me up.
It was in a casual playthrough, and I just blew him up, and I lost.
We were practicing.
Was this during a run?
We were practicing, and you blew me up.
Yeah. That was before we switched routes.
The important question is, Slade, did you get your revenge later?
No.
I've never got my revenge.
He still... Not give him any ideas, Railcon. I don't need that. I do not need to be blown up in this instance. Ow. I'm just gonna blow that... Uh-oh. Slide! It almost happened again.
What? I just want to get the audience what we're laughing at.
They want... I feel like you are trying to get blown. I feel like you're trying.
He's building suspense.
He's terrifying me.
Maybe he decided to get his revenge in a different way.
By forcefully getting him blown up.
No, by making you think that he's about to get blown up. He's filling you with anxiety.
I don't need that. He gives me enough anxiety running this game anyways.
I give him enough anxiety just in life in general.
Okay, I'm just trying to hopefully get a health drop for either one of us or both of us. So that's why I'm killing enemies, because our health is a little Monka-S right now.
I got one.
You need it more than I do. Oh, now the Ents are gonna smack these guys. This section is what we call 75 boys. And yeah, so we have to kill 75 Uruk-hai. That bubble was a bit too early, but we'll be fine. You still got rid of those guys, and that's all that matters. And
holy crap,
the Ents.
Holy
crap, apparently. And so we're gonna be killing them, hopefully.
Found the spot again.
And hopefully not dying. And Slade was able to find us. Ooh, a greenhouse. Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me? What are the actual chances?
Did you just die on top of the green health instead of picking it up?
I did. Oh, I'm so sad. Slade was able to find a spot that the Ents just don't go to.
Yeah, it's like right here.
So
and
they,
I don't
step
go
on you?
to it.
Do you have to be careful of them?
Yes, they do damage to you, and they will step on you. They will whack you. They do not care at all that you are fighting orcs. They're just gonna stick to their pathing, keep walking around.
Oh.
And if the orcs behave, then the Ents will decimate them.
I mean, it makes sense. The Ents are just very angry, and they don't care who they take it out on.
That's true. And there's actually this whole lore explanation where Ents literally don't like anybody other than Ents unless but they just hate orcs more. So, which is why they forcefully try to kill orcs in this section. Also, what is this RNG? This is insane.
Oh, hey, I didn't even realize what we were at.
Yeah. So, by them forcefully killing orcs, as long as we just avoid their orc rampage, we should be okay. So after this section, we're going to be setting up for another trick, which is a orc spawn prevention.
Wow.
That was really fast. Wow. And with the orc spawn prevention, what we're going to be doing is there's going to be these towers that show up. And if we don't blow up any of the towers, no orc archers spawn at the end of this level. And it's very necessary because we have to protect an Ent and destroy the dam. Because we break the dam, not the Ents.
We release the river.
Okay, that was good. That was good.
Thank you.
Very well done. Also, look at this beautiful shot of the Tower of Orthanc done in 2003. You only saw it for a split second, but it's gorgeous. Only you can prevent orc spawn prevention. Thank you, Smokey the Bear. Why am I shooting that guy?
I don't know. Why are you shooting that guy?
I want the powder. No. Just want to blow it up.
You blow me up.
No. So we're going to run past these guys. I say these guys 2 seconds before they actually show up. And then we're going to run over here. We have to, kind of, attempt to get rid of these guys. Like that. And then remember to run closer to this edge. To then you avoid those guys. Slade's gonna... Slade, you cannot die.
I've got it. I'm fine. High knees. High knees. High knees.
And we're gonna get chased by this horde, but then eventually they're just gonna give up. So that's nice if they don't really care. Like they just see that corner and they're like, nope, can't do it, can't do that corner.
Wait, Gandalf had like a unique line there, but you're not supposed to be playing Gandalf right now, right?
Oh, this level is a Gandalf level.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You just go shoot the dam. And at this point, health doesn't matter, so we're just going to be unloading our arrows into the dam and hopefully break it real fast. Okay, and then I went into perfect mode, even though... Oh, dam's dead. Cool. And that was the road to Isengard.
Oh, that's a cool shift in the FMV.
Yeah, I love the way they shift back and forth between animation and live action. It's so good.
Like that was really well done. That was seamless. That one was really cool.
So I'm setting up a timer for this next level because when we start it, we're gonna have about 5 minutes and 15 seconds of an auto scroller. Of everybody's favorite thing in the world, and that's running around and kicking down ladders. Yes, this game has it too.
Oh boy.
And luckily, it's only for 5 minutes and not 8 minutes, and like 2 of those minutes are a cutscene. So yeah, that's the one downside with this game in comparison to Two Towers is we don't have a cool cutscene skip like we do. But luckily, the cutscenes that are in this game are super enjoyable anyways. So I enjoy watching them every single time. This game is still brutal to run because it can be super punishing. And yeah. So we're gonna go ahead. We got, kill tallying, which is just a vibe. And hopefully we can skip the thing. And we skipped it. Cool. So now you'll see the game be like, hey, you need to do this. And is there even anything I need to buy? No, there's literally nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, you didn't level up, so nothing. Oh, and that can happen where you hit continue and you have to continue twice.
Interesting.
Because this game, we wish we understood this game, but we don't. We wish we understood any game.
Well, put Sam.
Oh, that would be terrible if you got Sam in this. It would be ridiculous. So, now we're just going to watch a beautiful cutscene and run around and kick down ladders. I forgot to start the timer. Yeah, it's fine. It'll be a few seconds off, but it's fine. And so, just trying to think of we did have one instance where we went through our menuing so fast that the game crashed.
Good.
And the game couldn't figure out what we were doing. Who are the 3 hidden characters? The 3 hidden characters, there's actually 4 hidden characters. And it's Frodo, Merry, Pippin, and Faramir. But Frodo you unlock... Or no, yeah, that's right. Frodo is locked, but he's not hidden. The 3 secret characters are Merry, Pippin, and Faramir. We will unlock Merry at the end of the next level, but we will not be playing as him. Because character glitch. So yeah.
So question for you.
Yeah.
So Gandalf was unlocked to that last level, but you still did the character wheel glitch. Why is that? Just habit?
Oh, yes. I still did the character wheel glitch because that just helps to save Slade an extra input. If we weren't doing the character wheel glitch, Slade would have to wheel over twice, whereas doing the character wheel glitch, he only has to do it once.
Oh, so it actually legitimately saves time. Interesting.
Yes. Yep, it saves time even when you're not using it to abuse the game.
But I mean, if you're quick enough, you can just scroll over right before the screen fades to your character selection.
That's really hard to do.
I do it almost every time.
That's because you've been able to practice doing it. I don't get to practice doing it. So here we are, running around and kicking down ladders. You will see that the map is laid out in a very similar way to how it's laid out in Two Towers. Only instead it's obviously set up to match the layout for Minas Tirith, as well as rather than having the colored meter that shows up, it's a circle that progressively fills with red, which honestly just fills me with more dread. Ha! Get it? I rhymed. That was terrible. I'm sorry.
Stop it.
I need to stop reacting to my own jokes, and then maybe they'll be funnier.
Are you actually sorry for that, Dojalix?
Not really. I mean,
he's not.
Not really. It was an on-the-spot thought. So it wasn't like I planned it, if that helps.
It doesn't.
It doesn't help. Come on. It's got to help at least a little bit.
No. Not even a little.
Oh, Sag. Oh! Yeah, the grappling hooks will knock you down. And Gandalf, rather than kick, so like Legolas does a cool little roundhouse kick, Gandalf just pushes with his staff.
It is interesting that you're running around, like, kicking down these ladders, and nobody else on the top of the walls figures out that that's the thing they can do.
Nope, they don't. Instead, the soldiers, specifically in this corner right here, will 90% of the time get in the way.
Yep.
And that guy got stuck while he was running to do something else. No, instead they have one thought, and that's just we're just going to keep shooting. If we just keep shooting arrows out, eventually we will probably hit something. Oh shoot, we forgot that other ladder in the back.
Oh, hey, yeah, we did. It's fine.
Oh, you say that.
It's fine.
You say that.
It's fine.
You say that.
It's fine.
You say that.
No, it's fine.
We're gonna go get it.
I know
I'm
we're
assuming
gonna
this is
but it's
very
fine.
normal banter for you two while doing co-op.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah, this is a good day.
If we weren't also having to explain things, it would probably be worse.
Yeah, marathons are good days.
Marathons are the days that we don't just banter the whole time, and usually it's just us, like, I don't know. A lot of it just ends up with us playfully insulting each other.
Yup.
And I say playfully in that I would never actually purposely hurt his feelings while roasting him relentlessly.
Josh pulled the fiance card like a couple days ago, actually.
What?
Yeah. But then again, I did call him a disappointment just before that, so...
Oh my gosh. As you can see, we're very nice people. So, okay, we're gonna have catapult spawning here soon.
Okay.
Or not catapult, siege towers, which actually we don't do catapult anymore.
Yeah.
So we're kind of in a pretty decent spot for it. Over here. This is where the first one spawns. So eventually, our auto scroll is going to end with a cutscene. It'll be a short little cutscene of a troll. This one right here. It's going to be pushing this siege tower. And these siege towers are going to be what our target is going to be. We're still going to be kicking down ladders and killing enemies to prevent the meter from filling. But from where we're standing, we can actually shoot the siege tower from pretty far away before the game even lets us detect it. And yes, I missed every single shot, but the game still connected the hitboxes.
The game was like, nah, you hit it.
Because you're not technically supposed to shoot them. Did our own soldier hit us?
He hit the... That was kind of funny that it looked like it did.
It totally looked like our own. Oh jeez. Please give me health. 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 Thank you. This game is mean.
I was gonna say this game is a meme.
No, this game is not a meme. This is a beautiful speed game. One that I want to get my both single player and co-op world record, but Maxi Lobes was insane at this game and got single solo world record. And that's the second siege tower. And I think we need to kill some enemies. I don't like where our meter is at right now. We should be fine. Actually, you should bubble going across it.
Okay.
Bubble. Or sometimes, as I say, he's going to do the Michael Bublé. Okay, really? There was no
thing.
Oh, I found them all.
funny. That's funny.
There's so many of them. I'm almost dead again.
Why?
Because I'm bad. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Nope. 4. Nope. 4. Hey, that one actually connected with the tower itself.
Nice.
Alright, so now that we've done 3 towers, this one tower is going to show up on the wall purposely. Because this is the last, this is like the, this is the tower that will set us up to end the level, and hopefully I do not, die before we get to it. Cool, we're just going to knock all those guys down, because focusing on killing them would be a waste of time, and we're going to stand right here and just mash quick shots, and it will just fall over, and then we will get this really dope cutscene with Grond, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut.
Oh my god, you two just did it again.
That cutscene is so good because it's just so quiet. And the whole thing just, as a kid, I remember just getting chills from being filled with just all this dread from seeing Grond. And yes, we did another synchronized, which we're not gonna talk about the fact that Railkun ruined the moment of the cutscene by pointing out the synchronized pop zip, but it's fine.
Okay, so in our like original like going through of this, we did not play as Gandalf and Legolas. So originally, when we did this, Gandalf was not standing here, and it was the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, if you don't play as a character, they just are not in the animation cutscenes. They're just gone. And so this scene just has all of the enemies fly back in the gate in their same arrow formation, but there's no Gandalf to like actually be shielding them. And it's really funny to watch.
Also, I lost count on the last level.
What?
He lost count.
I lost count.
You're fired.
My total.
You're fired.
My total's gone.
You're fired. Did anybody count? Please tell me somebody in chat counted. If they put all their faith in Railkun, he's fired. I'm just waiting for chat to really sentence you. Actually, they could just throw you under the bus anyways.
I think I was the only one that was counting.
Count what? No. Oh, here it is. 2319 to add to this one.
2319! We got 2319!
This isn't Monsters Inc. Slade.
I don't care, I'm gonna make that joke. 5,000 Gandalf, I think.
Okay, and then you... Okay, yeah, you're good.
Oh, come on.
Slade likes to save the game. We don't save, because saving is slow.
There you go. I have the total minus the last level that I missed.
You missed top of the wall?
I got this one. It was the one before that I missed, yeah.
Oh. 144 to 95. That's kind of crazy, not gonna lie. I didn't think we actually killed that many enemies over the course of the entire run.
I haven't broke 100.
So this is Minas Tirith Courtyard. This level sucks.
It does. This is the worst level.
So this level sucks because of the fact that it all comes down to how well we can manage enemies and how quickly we can kill them without them attacking our civilians.
Or women.
And yeah, you need a bubble this way. Because we have... The game decides that every single civilian in this game, in this level, is a woman. And the whole point is to save 200 of them. And they're just going to be running on a routine path. And we have to kill enemies quickly in order to prevent any of our civilians from getting killed. So yeah, we're going to be doing this for quite a bit until we get to 150, which luckily it's not terribly long. Nice orc hewer. That was so beautiful to watch. My goodness gravy.
You're welcome.
And this is where the run, like, you would think is like, oh, it's just, you know, killing enemies for a while. That's got to be kind of boring.
No. No, no, no.
No. It's not boring. It might, because it requires a lot of precise combat that we're doing a lot of. And just really trying to, well, do it well. And I'm going to be killing these archers here because they can be annoying. And we love these co-op angles before split screen. Dynamic split screen became a thing.
Yeah, that was half the struggle of playing these games casually, is just trying to figure out, like, moving in the same direction and not fighting each other in which way you want to move.
It is 90% of the struggle in a speedrun. You'd be like, oh, you guys speedrun this game. You're coordinated with that, right?
Nope. You thought.
Slade and I being coordinated? That's funny.
Also,
we just kind of fly by the seat of our pants and hope we win.
Slade, I need you to know that for a solid, like, 2-3 minutes there, you were actually ahead in kill count.
What?
Yeah. And then...
Sweet!
And then Zoljaluk started shooting people with his bow.
Well, that's because he's Legolas.
Yeah.
I just drop him so fast. What can I say? I'm blonde and fabulous. I don't know why either of that is relevant.
It's not really.
But I'm Legolas, so I'm the prettiest anyways.
Sir, it's Legolas. Shut up.
Isengard theme. Co-op speedrun this by yourself. I have done a 1-player 2 controllers run of this game.
I've seen that actually. It sucks.
I did it a couple years ago. I need to do it again. It was kind of fun actually. It was ridiculously hard though.
Oh, I stole that from you.
You did steal that from me. Wait, why have I not been saying it every time? You stole it from us. I had to put it in there somewhere.
Wow, now I just have to now, because we can both do that voice.
Oop.
Oh.
Oh. Okay, I'm gonna try to not have this captain kill me. Cool. And because captains drop health, I save my life. So we're up to about 121, and when we get to 150, the level's going to get scary because trolls will spawn. And we mean, when I say trolls, I mean a lot of trolls.
Oh gosh, it's just trolls.
And I don't mean internet trolls like Twitch chat.
That'd be fun.
I love you, Twitch chat, but I had to.
Someone's in chat is suggesting you pull a
getting all
J-Rock
the
and learn to, like, control games with your feet so you could play co-op by yourself.
I'm not that cool.
Excuse me?
Actually, I kind of want to try that.
Yeah, it would be like
I
a
might
challenge
make
run
that-
kind of thing, you know?
I might make that a follower incentive on my stream to have me do 2 towers in Return of the King with my feet.
Heck, that's a stream I would watch.
The struggle, honestly, would be figuring out how to do foot cam. Oh, never mind. I'll cover that later. Off marathon. It's fine. Alright, so we're getting super close to 150. Unfortunately, we got a wave here that's kind of like bodying our civilians in the corner.
Just get out of here.
And like, when they're in the corner, that front corner, it's the worst.
I just heard the goblin scream from Spider-Man. I think I pointed that out before, but...
I don't know if you have. Yeah, we're gonna once again abuse the fact that trolls get one-shot by spears. I need to kill this troll. Nope, not that guy. Okay, sure, I'll shoot the captain, but I want them to troll. Oh, you killed the troll.
Haha, take that.
I'm still almost doubling you in kills.
I don't care!
You do care. You say you don't care, but you know you care.
Yeah, I care.
You're just jealous because you're not blonde and fabulous like me.
White.
You have white hair. You are old.
Oh, hi, troll. That was a troll hit.
The troll the trolls hurt. Not only do they knock you down, but they hurt. Oh, I tried to devastating mode and I didn't even have it off cooldown. That's funny. No, one troll does not equal 50. That still only counts as one.
Oh, I got that one.
Okay, chat, I love how you guys, like, kind of set us up for references. And it's made this to be a ton of fun. So, thank you, Twitch chat. I missed the troll with that spear. But I broke the captain's armor, so, like, that's something. Ow! I'm gonna run over a safety barrel. So, the nice part about this level is that, I don't know if anybody knows this, playing casually, but there are some barrels that will actually give you, safety health. And will keep you alive.
Oh!
It's a really random thing, but that probably never knew casually, and I didn't know until I started speedrunning this game. But now that I do know it, my life becomes so much happier. There are so many enemies out here. So we only need to save 4 more civilians, which is hoping and praying that they get through the door. 2 more, 1 more, and we did it! Why is there no proper Lord of the Rings RPG? I actually do have an answer to that question. And the reason for that is because the Tolkien family is so protective of the licensing rights to Lord of the Rings. It's why we've only seen 1 movie adaptation so far. It's why we haven't seen big series like you've seen with Star Wars, because the Tolkien family just does not want their rights to be handled by literally anybody. They're super protective of them because they really just want to honor the legacy of the author of the books, J.R.R. Tolkien.
They were a little bit more open with it when he was still alive. Like, there was more stuff that was done with it. But now that it's passed on to his family, yeah, they're more protective about it.
Oh, yes, and there is also the Third Age that is, if you enjoy, like, Final Fantasy style, like turn-based RPGs, Lord of the Rings: The Third Age is the game for you. It's a beautiful game. My favorite turn-based RPG I have ever played. So if you guys want a proper, like a turn-based Lord of the Rings RPG, pick up The Third Age. Wonderful game. Great speedrun, actually. So, it's great.
There's also the old animated series, which is actually kind of charming, even though it's not great. It's got that like level of
age well, but it is entertaining.
It's got that level of like corniness that makes it amusing, you know?
Yes. Alright, so I'm going to be buying my last arrow upgrade, Arrows of the Valar, and then Slade is going to be buying Light of the Forges. That will help his ranged magic attack to set enemies on fire, because we're going to be now going into the Black Gate, which is another pretty intense level. We're going to be starting off with a real fun fight, which is fighting the Mouth of Sauron. And then we're going to be basically having to kill 6 of the captains. We got 6 orc captains. We got 3 of them with the maces, and we've got 3 of them that I call tubbies because they're
fat.
They thick. They're thick boys.
They thick boy. Sorry.
And I also called them tubbies as a kid, and that just never left. And the whole point of the level is to make you feel like you're going to be fighting forever. And it will definitely feel like we are fighting forever. And also a thing that we have to do is Gandalf and Aragorn, or not Gandalf, you're Gandalf. Gimli and Aragorn are going to be showing up in this level. And in this level, they actually are going to be having themselves as wow, my brain can't think. They are they will have a health bar. Thank you for not helping me at all, Slade. They're gonna have a health bar, and if their health bar depletes, we fail the level. And so we have to keep tabs on their health throughout the level. But first, we have the Mouth of Sauron. And ow, he just wrecked me. And Slade is going to be we're just going to be spamming Orcure on him and keeping him in a stun loop. And he just does not get a chance to attack now that we've got him in our loop. Oh, except for that one time that Slade stopped attacking because he thought he was dead.
I didn't think he was dead. I tried to attack, I just didn't hit him.
What?
You heard me.
I heard words, but not English. Oh yeah, also the orcs are running through the gate. They're just clipping through the gate as it's opening.
Yeah, I see that.
Because they just can't wait to kill us.
They're so excited they figured out how to clip through the black gate.
Well, I mean, clearly in order to save time on programming, Sauron only created a collision mesh on one side of the gate.
Yep. And we just defend this hilltop for 100 years. And I think, actually, the captains spawn the faster we kill the additional enemies. I might be wrong. I've never actually thoroughly tested it. But I would assume so, because enemies don't spawn more until you kill the ones that are already in your level. And the nice part, too, is in 2 towers, your friends, like the Rohan soldiers, couldn't actually kill enemies, but in this game they can, so that saves a lot of time because then we don't have to
oh my gosh,
panic about them. They're through the invisible wall, you're not going to hit them.
Oh hey,
so we've killed our first captain because I shot him while he was way away, and we're not too worried about it now, but as we get later on in the level we're going to have to watch our arrow count. And make sure that our arrows do not deplete. If you're curious as to where our arrow count is, in the top left corner, right by our name, you'll notice the arrow count.
Top left.
By our portraits. Yeah. I might not have said that clearly. Because sometimes...
Part of the game, even that was confusing.
Sometimes I just do not do the English as well. There's a reason... Wait. No, speedrunning has nothing to do with my ability to speak, so I can't say anything.
Yeah.
And I almost made a Star Wars reference, and then I was like, that's sacrilegious to make a Star Wars reference. While...
Hey, Tubby, come here.
That's not Tubby.
Captain, give me that.
Did I literally miss him every single time I hit him? Wait. That sentence didn't work. Did I literally miss him every single time I hit him?
That's not how the fork works.
I'm going to fire you on the spot.
Did you about make that reference?
No!
Okay.
We literally just talked about how sacrilegious it is, and you ruin it.
That's what I do, I ruin things.
That was the one who said live long and prosper, right?
I love that way more than I should.
Oh my gosh.
Man, you're just gonna get hate from the chat now. Oh, that's one of our guys.
We need to go save Gimli.
Do we, though?
Yes. Hey, buddy. We're gonna heal him. We heal our friends by literally just standing right next to him.
Use the Force, Harry? Oh, man.
I thought that was Professor Xavier who said that.
It sounds like to me.
What about you? And that's funny because Aragorn, you are a wizard, get now. What have I... We've unleashed Twitch chat. Why are we not getting other captains spawn? Actually, I'm gonna say that and one's gonna like just run up and just absolutely decimate me. There's one. Ow.
Now let it decimate you.
Okay, so it killed 3 captains. That means we're at the halfway point. And no, it is not just us killing enemies forever in the same manner, shape, or form after 3 captains. Eventually, we're going to split right now. I am your father, Hagrid. And they're going to split and start coming in from all 3 sides. So the fighting is going to seem even more hopeless. And now at this point, we have to watch our arrow count, because we need to have as many arrows as possible for us to be able to fight the ring wraiths that are going to be showing up. 2 captains.
Oh, ow.
That guy just sacrificed himself to attempt to save this captain.
Let me. Thank you.
Cool, I got an arrow drop. That makes me happy.
Was he parrying you, Slade?
What?
Was he parrying
no,
you,
so
Slade?
captains. So one thing I actually totally have not explained up until this point is captains have armor, and in order to actually deplete their health bar, you have to break their armor first. And you break their armor by hitting them with 2 fierce attacks, I believe. Yeah, I know. Oop. Hi, buddy. So we'll come here. As you can see, when I hit him, I just recoil. But then when I do 2 fierce attacks, his armor breaks, and now I can start depleting his health bar. Ow. Come on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I am alive. We have to be really careful because it's just so easy to get overrun by enemies. Ow, ow, ow. Ooh. Well, that was an upsetting use of devastation. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Okay, we're just gonna keep swinging at this guy. And I got health. Cool. And that is our 6 captains. That is if it actually tallies for me. Cool.
His empty health bar is still just there.
Yeah, it's his him despawning. They don't register the kill, I think, until the corpse despawns. Which doesn't really make sense. So now we have 3 ring wraiths we have to kill. And this is why we needed to make sure that we had fire, because it will do a lot of damage. There's 1. There's 2. And there's 3. We shot him off camera. Lord of the Ten Rings, The Rise of Dumbledore.
I like Gimli smash, said the Captain America.
Chat's having fun again.
I like that one.
I think that one wins. It's over, Harry. I am the high ground, Bilbo. Chat, you guys have been something else.
Do or do not. There's no try. Dumbledore, Lord of the Rings, portrayed by Patrick Stewart.
Oh man. Featuring Leonard Nimoy as Dr. Spock. Or no, as Spock, not Dr. Spock. Dr. Spock is like a baby book author. Don't ask me how I know that.
I feel like Dr. Spock is fine in context of the mixing up pop culture references.
That's true. Yeah. Lord of... Oh wait, I already read that one. Somebody said hello there. Legolas pulls out 4 white knives. Is somebody ordering like a drive-through Lord of the Rings order? I'll have 2 fellow hobbits, a hobbit large, a dwarf extra dip, an elf, 2 humans, a betrayer, and a large soda. And some extra.
And do you take the red pill or the blue pill? Oh,
You have my hammer! Or... Oh, Twitch chat.
I don't like green eggs and ham. Sauron.
Alright, so now we're actually done with all of our upgrading except for 1 more. I'm going to buy Strength of the Fellowship. It's our last health upgrade, but now for the rest of the run we don't have to worry about any upgrades, which is really nice. Oh, it was a GTA reference! Yes! So, I'm going to focus here, because I have a fat character wheel glitch I have to do. Because we can do it more than once. By resetting it, so you'll see it'll switch to say player 2 select character. If I back out, I then can do it again, which I messed up. So I have to do it 2 more times.
Who would you want in the fight, Gandalf the Grey or Gandalf the White?
Gandalf the White. Hold on. You are not playing as Sam there, pal.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That would have been really bad. Because now we're in the Path of the Hobbit. The scariest part of this whole run, honestly. And in the Path of the Hobbit, there are 3 levels. We're doing Escape from Osgiliath, so we're going right back to the end of the Two Towers. So, just think about this in the context of, like, watching a movie. So, yeah, the Battle of Minas Tirith happens. Like, oh, let's check in on Frodo and Sam. Where are they? Oh, they have to escape from Osgiliath while everybody's fighting at the Black Gate. They have to go through Shelob's Lair while everybody's fighting at the Black Gate. And do Cirith Ungol while everybody's fighting at the Black Gate.
Yep.
The lore of this doesn't really make sense. We're taking the hobbits out of Osgiliath.
But it will require more than Frodo's stout heart to bear the ring.
So this has been not a terrible run. Not fantastic, but not terrible.
Isn't our PB 115?
No.
Really?
Our PB's 139.
I'm dumb.
I don't know what you're thinking of with the
I don't know
115.
what I'm thinking of either.
Black Gate is quite popular this time of year. So,
Blackgate.
so this level has a really fun gimmick. This gimmick that this level has is going to be a meter of this really cool animated drawing of a Witch King, of a Nazgul. And the Nazgul is going to have a meter that fills. Anytime that we're exposed, so like not in a building, it's going to have...
Welcome, my lords, to Narnia.
Oh no.
Hang on, are you an angel? Frodo.
They're gonna... If the meter fills, we fail the level, and Frodo is gonna be carried off by this guy, who is actually the Witch King, who he killed, but he's not dead because, you know, time.
That doesn't make sense.
Don't worry about it. Why did Elrond not just kill Isildur and toss the ring in himself? Interesting question. Something not explained in the movies, but in the books, before the Battle of the Last Alliance.
Wait, right here.
Oh yeah, Sam gets Frodo gets force pushed, or he trips. We haven't really decided yet. But in the books, the Kingdom of Gondor agrees to help the elves fight Sauron, but a price is needed. You know, and with the price, the king got to pick at the end of the battle. But King Elendil gets killed by Sauron. And so then Isildur takes up the mantle as king. And he chooses for his payment to be the Ring of Power. Which he actually, during the time of the War of the Last Alliance, they didn't actually know that the Ring of Power was in fact the Ring of Power. And they didn't realize the ties that it actually had to Sauron.
Bye.
Yeah, I need to be around. So another little quality of life thing, as from playing as Gandalf and Legolas versus playing as Sam and Merry. As the hobbits, they don't slide down the ladders, they just climb down, and they don't run as fast, so you kind of get the little slight time saves just from the movement speed differences, as well as obviously the increased health from what we've gotten from being level 8 and level 6 versus being level 1. So, yeah. Little nice tidbit there. And we're about halfway done with the level now. Actually, I think, is this about the halfway point? I honestly don't know. This is just where we have a split, so. I just think about it in those terms.
They keep bullying you, Slade.
He always bullies me. What are you talking about?
No, I meant the enemies kept bullying you.
Yeah, not me, not this time. Bullying you that
They
bad.
kept body blocking you multiple times in this level.
They do that. That's where, like, you'll notice him just hit it. Well, that time he hit it 3 times. But you'll notice him we'll try to hit enemies once when we get body blocks, just so that way we don't obviously take the time to hit them, to kill them, and then they get staggered a little bit, which allows us to run past. Like that. And here we're gonna.
No! Get out of here!
Oh, the archer is going here.
I need that green health. I need that green health.
Yeah, you definitely needed that green health. Ow. Oh, are you kidding me?
I got nervous when you started going for the green health because you two have established a pattern of dying while going for green health this run.
That's not entirely inaccurate.
I was thinking that too. I was like, what if you die while going for the health and you're trapped?
I literally thought that the exact.
Okay, we're good.
Apparently
And
all
now
three
we
of
don't
us
have to
were
worry about
thinking the same thing.
Everybody was thinking it. And this is also another scary part of the level, because we have a group of enemies that we have to deal with. I'm not going to say we have to fight them necessarily, because we have to open a gate. Ow. And don't forget you need a bubble.
Oh, I got hit.
And Slade's just going to tear through enemies as much as he can. While I open the gate.
You ever just like hum the Katamari Damacy theme in your head when you use that ability, Slade?
What?
So do you ever just hum the Katamari Damacy theme in your head while you run at enemies as a bright white ball?
No. What that means?
Is that a Dragon Ball reference?
No, it's a PlayStation 2 game. It's very silly.
No.
You have a big ball and you
Wait,
run over things.
The ring moves closer to the fire.
Yeah, that's the game where you progressively become a bigger and bigger ball, right?
Yeah.
Travel that road.
Of just random nonsense. It's a game. That's I don't know how else to describe it. And then Gollum's gonna have an internal crisis here. But that was Escape from Osgiliath. That actually went really well. Despite having to go get the safety health, it went pretty well. And yeah. We've only got 3 levels left, actually. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
But this next level, is the one where all runs go to die. Shelob's Lair.
Oh boy.
And
It's absolutely terrible.
if you guys played this game casually, you understand Shelob's Lair. And the depressing, well, not depressing, but the danger. Oh, excuse me, I got wicked case of the hiccups.
Who the heck is Frollo?
Count Frollo?
Or is it Froyo?
No, I mean you can do Frollo, which is like a Disney thing. I don't know if that's meant to be like a Disney reference though. I don't know. But so. Oh yes, the one thing I hate more than regular. If you have arachnophobia, you're not gonna want to watch this level. Because not only are we
Yeah, you're gonna want to come back in about 5 minutes.
but they're the big spiders.
Thank you for saying spiders.
Brolo Swaggins. That is a Hunchback of Notre Dame reference. Okay. Well, Notre Dame. Okay. Dude. You
What?
won kill count for this level. Wait! You didn't save! I'm so proud of you.
I didn't save last time either.
Oh, I didn't pay attention. Dang it!
That's what you get for not paying attention.
I need to stop thinking about it. The more I think about the character wheel glitch, the more I mess it up. See what I mean?
That's a good one in chat. Build more pylons, Aowen.
Dude! What is happening right now?
Build more pylon?
Yeah.
Wait. Why am I failing to get this reference?
It's you must construct additional pylons is the proper quote.
But like, what's the game from?
StarCraft.
That's what it was. Yes, I was like, I know the game.
Chancellor Boromir, Captain of Winterfell.
Still was quality. Ah, yes, all the Game of Thrones references.
You don't see it, do you?
It's okay, I got your back on that one. I used to be a StarCraft person big time.
See, I never played StarCraft. I just watched the competitive scene, though, because competitive RTS is insane.
Yeah. I used to run tournaments and broadcast it.
Caleb's Lair. We start off with a maze that Legolas and Gandalf navigate perfectly because they've never been here before. So, which I say perfectly with the entire thought of I'm probably going to mess this up. Hey, look, a spider. Hey, look, another spider.
Oh, look, more spiders. Ah, spider!
And Slade's going to cover me here while I throw torches. And the spiders here have a really interesting property where if you just fierce attack them, they get knocked over. And you can just then stab them and they die really quickly. Go. And we can run through burning spider webs without it affecting us as long as we count to 3 Mississippi after we set it on fire. Don't ask me why, but
it's unimportant.
Well, actually, I do know why, because the hitboxes get removed after 3 seconds. Ow. Michael Bublé, you're gonna get whacked.
I'm gonna get whacked. Got him.
That is such an entertaining thing to do. The bubble is so good. There's Sheila. We'll fight her later. Oh, I gotta be careful when I'm running up on top of enemies because I have had it before where I was running on top of an enemy and it made me go out of bounds.
What?
Yep.
Okay.
It was quite the experience. And we're just gonna dodge around these guys. Ow, ow. We've got one more set of spiders here. So the reason why we throw the torches at the spiders is because if we didn't, we would get hurt. And we can actually skip through them by doing like the fog hopping technique. It's called spider skips. But
it's very dangerous.
Yeah, because you get damaged constantly for any time.
What did you hit?
I did it again. I think I'm hitting the orcs. And not the spiders.
There's another good one in chat for you too.
Which one?
With great power comes great responsibility, Shelob.
I love that.
Yeah.
I actually love that.
Yeah, that one's great.
He literally was watching Raimi 3 today, so. Alright, so now we made it through Shelob's lair, and you would think that the trouble is over. It's not.
It's just beginning.
Yeah, the Shelob fight is honestly the hard part of this. Who is the top of the chain in spiders and Earth? Ungoliant. Who is playing what character? Okay, so to start off this Shelob fight, I'm going to go into devastating mode. do a nice little orc cure, get myself into perfect mode, and that's the first phase of the fight already done. And Shelob's gonna run up onto this platform. I'm just gonna shoot her to knock her down, and then continue to do orc cures against her to do a lot of damage. Ow. She's gonna run up again. And this whole time, Slade's just gonna be keeping these additional spiders off of me. As I literally shot one midair, that was incredible. That was really cool. And, oh, come on. Let me orc cure, please. Nice. And that's the second phase done. Ow.
Oh.
But luckily, we still have both of our respawns, so we don't really have much to fear at this point in the level. But by shooting Shelob, we can bring her down. Normally, the game would tell you to wait until after you have killed all of the spiders that spawn. But by then, to just shoot Shelob to bring her down and make her angry just makes the fight go by a lot faster. And so I'm just gonna, again, devastating mode, couple more hits, and that's the end of the fight. It goes by so fast when you character wheel glitch versus doing it as the hobbits.
What level are the hobbits at this point if you were to not character wheel glitch?
They would start at level 1. You would be probably level 1 or level 2.
Oh, that would be awful. Because on the previous level, you didn't really kill anything.
Yeah, you don't kill hardly anything. You're maybe level 2 by the time you get to this level. And you have to do it in the solo run. You have to do it as the hobbits. You can't character wheel glitch. Which is also an interesting difference between the single player and co-op run. So co-op, you've noticed we've had to play every single level in a set order. In single player, you play the Helm's Deep tutorial level as Gandalf, and then what you do is you unlock able to do Paths of the Dead, Road to Isengard, or Escape from Osgiliath. You can do any of those 3 levels. You can take your pick on which path you want to start with. And so in the single player run, we actually do Path of the Hobbit. We do Escape from Osgiliath and Shield's Lair right away, because those 2 are big run killers. And we've got like split names that like Maxi Lobes has, who's the world record holder for single player for console, is please no bully Sam, because you're just hoping and praying that enemies just do not bully you. And we also, if you guys have been interested in running this game and you're like, okay, why are you running on GameCube and not PC? Well, we actually have our leaderboard split between console and PC. And we do that because there's such a major difference between the two. And so to be able to not have to worry about, to be able to not have to worry about the differences, it was just easier to make the split. I'm thinking about it again. I need go home, Sam. Viggo Mortensen.
I love the potatoes. Gandalf.
Potatoes like a dang fiddle, Sauron. You good? And so now we're gonna go into Kidith Ungol. How do you play this on PC? They did release a PC copy of this. PS2 actually has the slowest loading screens between the main consoles.
That sounds about right.
Emperor Palpatine broke his toe kicking that helmet, George Lucas. That was amazing. So in this level, you'll notice there's 0 out of 80 up in the top, but as we kill enemies, it fills up. We have to kill 80 enemies. Luckily, there are certain contraptions that we can trigger in the level, in order to make a lot of enemies die at once. And so we're going to be killing some enemies here right away, and then we're just going to be kind of rushing straight towards that said contraption. And then again, abusing spear one-shots. This level's got some really cool routing in it. So we're ignoring these guys, stabbing him, dropping the lava bucket, and then we're going to run up here into this hallway. We're dropping the lava bucket because, again, it sets a lot of enemies on fire and they all die. And then there's going to be this room full of enemies, and we can clear it out quickly by dropping... Oh, I actually call it a lava bucket, but for some reason it sets a lot of stones on fire. Oh. Oh. And then here's going to be our first major dropping of enemies. We're going to be running around this circle of this mob here. We're not going to actually be dealing with them because...
Why would we?
Well, we will be dealing with them, but that's why we're running up these stairs. And we're just killing these 3 guys. And then we're going to kill this guy up here. I'm going to throw a spear to break his armor, and then Slade and I are just going to go ham on him. And we're going to run over here. We're going to cut the rope to this chandelier, and it's just going to drop, and all these enemies are going to die. And that's going to put our number up to 50. And then we're going to drop another fire bucket here to kill all these guys quickly and run through the fire because we now big tanky boys. We're going to go into this hallway here because there's a lava bucket. It's really interesting because there's no like set way to kill a lot of these enemies. So we can just enjoy being able, we can just come up with creative ways to defeat our foes. So like these guys aren't necessary, we just have to go away from them, but Slade is killing them to get them out of his way. And then we're going to run through this group. None of these guys matter. We're going to drop this bridge. That's going to kill... How many is that going to kill? Cool, we hit 80. And then we're going to run over here. We're just going to get rid of these guys. And come up here into this cutscene, which is going to make all of the enemies run over across this drawbridge and into the tower.
We're getting clobbered.
So with this tower, oh nice shot, nice camera angle. With that bridge, what we're going to be doing is we're going to get rid of all these orcs by shooting a crossbow, and then we have to run across. But it's important that when we run across,
that we run
together, because the bridge will be collapsing behind us. And during our casual playthrough, we were going...
Our first casual playthrough.
And we weren't keeping up speed, and Slade just kind of went and just dropped off camera, and I was just like, oh. And then it said we failed. And I was like, oh, that sucks. So, now we're going to be fighting Gorbag here. And how we fight Gorbag... It's... Oh, yes, the dropkick is legendary. Is Slade's just going to beat the tar out of Gorbag here. And then we're going to be hitting him with a bunch of orc hewers. And he's going to pick up a shield and a sword. And when he picks up said sword and shield, we can just then throw spears at him to break them and stun him, which then makes us do a lot of damage again. And he's dead. Quick 3 cycle because we're super freaking powerful.
I want to kill something.
Oh, we need to run over here. And we're going to stand right here because we get this beautiful...
Come on,
Legolas's kneecaps in the cutscene.
What's with the floating sword?
Thank you, Sam.
I know, I love that so much.
Just a short way more and you'll be free of that ring.
His face
Oh,
clipping through
God.
Legolas's cloak. That was legendary.
How often do you watch the movies?
Too much.
Yep.
I usually, about once or twice a year, I watch all 3 of the extended edition Lord of the Rings movies in a day.
That's a long day.
What?
Why are we doing that?
That's a
Like
good
what,
question.
12
It is a
hours?
long day, but it's beautiful. It's about 11 hours in total. And so normally what we do, when I do the Lord of the Rings marathons, I'll also bake like lemon bread and like Lord of the Rings themed treats. Usually we drink a lot of ginger ale. And it's a good time. Aww. He might be on PB base right now. Honestly, don't know. Oh, I leveled up. Oh wait, we skipped me.
Cool. You're not doing anything. On the last
Neither do
level.
you.
So
Yeah, we're now on the last level, the crack
Percy
of doom.
Jackson and the one thief.
So I'm just gonna be Frodo. This is the only level we actually do with the characters that you're supposed to do them as, other than Path of the Wizard. But we're actually going to be playing as Frodo and Sam as we now go into the last level, the Crack of Doom.
Luke, you are a wizard and you shall not pass. Santa Claus.
He's twitched because he has my axe embedded in his nervous system, Eowyn. He was twitching because he's got my axe embedded in his nervous system. And so this level is going to be really, really frustrating because Gollum never cooperates. Did you just pop your knee? Well done. And so what we're going to be doing is we're going to be kind of debating Gollum over to the edge.
Oh, that's not what you want.
Nope, actually that might work. Nope, not going to work. Oh, he just tried to, like, do... So we're going to try and debate him over to the edge. When he growls like that, he's going to do this jump attack, and usually we can leash him over to the edge, and then we're just going to beat the crap out of him, hit him with a fierce attack, and then stab him to drop him down. And we're going to do that a few times. And then once we're doing this a few times, you shall not pass, Harry, Professor Okay, that's funny. You shall not pass, Harry said. Actually, do you think Gandalf would say that if he was a teacher at Hogwarts?
Yes.
That worked out well. And a lot of this is just going to be trying to make Gollum behave, and it doesn't actually work well. Why do you gotta kill him canonically? Good question. So, you guys should run this game because A, you can do it with your friends, and speedrunning with your friends, co-op runs are...
As we've demonstrated, is really fun.
They're a ton of fun. And this game doesn't really get too much love in terms of the co-op scene, which I know that sometimes co-op stuff can be a little difficult to set up, especially still with dealing with the after effects of COVID. Obviously, you know, do what you're comfortable with. But this game, super easy to get into. I just did an 80% solo tutorial, which works well for both console and PC. Because the strats are the same, it's just a matter of load differences makes us split them. And another difference that it's hard to explain. Oh, you just got nailed.
Would this be easier if your hobbits weren't still level 1?
It doesn't make any difference.
Yeah.
Either way. Because you can't do any fun moves or anything to make Gollum cooperate more. You just need to leash him. The only thing that might make this easier would be being able to Orc Cure instead of not being able to Orc Cure. We only have to drop Gollum 2 more times. Oh yeah, and we can spin. Alright, Gollum, come over here. And yeet. Alright, one more time. And what I always like to do is run right over to this edge, because this is exactly where he goes in the cutscene. So time is going to be coming up here soon. Oh, there's lava. Where is he? Which, at this point, I'm just going to kind of go. Oh, we're not going to get the canonic cutscene. And so time will be coming up here in just a little bit. Time. Is that a PB?
I don't think so. I think you were a little off.
Please tell me it is.
That might be a PB by like 2 seconds.
It was 139.58 according to my timer.
The ring is destroyed, and all that was done
58?
by that power is past.
Yeah,
According to
58.
my timer, we PB'd by 2 seconds. According to your timer, we tied.
I mean, I may have been slightly off on starting and stopping, so yeah.
May they be blessed while the
Congrats on the
this
PB,
will
I
definitely
guess. I mean, I'll trust your timer.
We do not
Oh man.
Say hello to my little friend. Call him the Sheila.
Yeah, that's a new PB. We'll take it.
Good job.
We will take it.
Yeah, get your
Nice.
GGs in chat.
2-second PB in a marathon is very good. And so world record is 137.15 by Author Blues and Sky Bills. That is an insane run. They even used a slightly less optimal route, so it's just to show an idea even more just how freaking good that run is. So yeah, that was Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King, any percent co-op by Slade and I. I did all my shout-outs during the Two Towers, so I'll go ahead and let Slade shout anybody out that he wants to.
I mean, shout out to this guy right here for actually getting me to speedrun. So honestly, I would not be here if he didn't push me to force me to help him.
Force you to do it once.
Yeah, pretty much. I guess shout out to family for supporting me in whatever I do. Doing this stuff. I don't know if they were watching, but if you are, hi. Yeah, that's it. That's all I got.
That's all you got.
That's all. I don't have very many people to shout out.
Hey, family's good. And then again, more shout outs to, I guess I didn't shout them out at Two Towers, but shout outs to GDQ for letting us do this. This is awesome. I have been really, really, really wanting to show Lord of the Rings games to GDQ viewers, just because we're a small community of a bunch of different games, but the runners put in constant effort day in and day out on their speedruns, and they deserved an opportunity to be able to showcase their runs. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get all the runs that we wanted to do, but obviously that just leaves more for you guys to be desired. If you guys are interested in running any of the games in the Lord of the Rings series, we have a Lord of the Rings speedrunning Discord that you all can join, get connected with runners such as Slade, myself, Bloody Lifetime, and runners of other games like The Third Age, Battle for Middle-earth, War in the North, any of like the classic Tolkien games, so like the ones for the SNES that are just super old. We even have an entire segment for like the software adventures from like the 1980s. Those speedruns are really funny because they're like 5 seconds. They're really entertaining. The Hobbit is another great speedrun. And just overall, we have an awesome community, and we would always love to see more people. So you can check out the Discord on pretty much any of the Lord of the Rings series games. And I hope you guys enjoyed this run. And if you want to see more Lord of the Rings stuff, obviously, if you want to see more co-op stuff, follow Slade and I. Because eventually, I think Slade should host a co-op run on his stream, since we always do it on mine.
That's true.
So follow Slade and I to keep up on our journey throughout this. Follow me if you want to watch solo runs / other games. Slade and I also run War in the North. Slade and I run a lot of Lord of the Rings games. They're my babies. And so yeah. Thank you guys again, and I hope you guys enjoyed this awesome community spotlight. Thank you for accepting it. I am always down to show my Lord of the Rings games off, and other runners as well.
Yeah, thanks for being on the show. Just as a quick shout out, this show happened because of a suggestion to Hotfix. And if you would like to suggest something to be on Hotfix, there is a form on the bottom left of gamesdonequick.com/hotfix, where you can let us know games that you can do, or there's also an email you can send it to, hotfix@gamesdonequick.com. I think this one was through an email, but just encouraging people to reach out if you've got ideas on what you'd like to show off on Hotfix. We do listen to those and we put those on, so eager to hear what people would like to show off. And of course, there is no time capsule tomorrow that can move to after Random Number Generation next week, but tune in this Wednesday at 7 p.m. Eastern for Bargain Bin. It's a show about speedruns of games that are cheap. I think the threshold is games you can buy for under $20. So it's a lot of fun. It's hosted by Midnight Vesper. If you've never seen it, it's a fun show here on Wednesdays. So we don't have anything for you on Hotfix tomorrow, but we'll be back this Wednesday, and we hope to see you then. We're going to cut to a quick break here, and then we're going to find somebody to raid. So if you enjoyed tonight and you want to stick around and send your energy to somebody else who's speedrunning, then we'll be doing that in just a few minutes. But otherwise, we'll see you on Wednesday. Thanks, everybody.